Sorry about that, everyone. Had a little technical difficulties with the race being incorrect on there. Had to restart the stream. Looks like Lee Heron has got the first game and making a good run at the second rack here. This is the 2026 fourth annual Universal Chinese Taipei Open. This is the first round in the stage 2 of this event. It will be races to 10, winner break, 9-ball on the spot, and breaking inside the break box. Really nice 2-ball speed control shot there. Likely to see Carlo go airborne, or looks like he's gearing up to go 3 rails, kicking at this. This is the best opportunity to get a return safe.
Yeah, this is a tough one to come to the table to.
Yeah, it's a tough rack.
I don't think there's enough room to go on the side with the 7-ball. Be interesting if she can come down table with it to this lower left. It's really hard to see how much of that edge of the 8 is protruding into the 7. So she's looking for the back cut angle. Sorry for the absence there. I was just trying to get everything back up and running.
Yeah, I was doing the same just because we had a little technical problem that got quickly resolved, but just getting back into gear. There's no way that goes in the side, right? Or does she have enough to be able to play with a little inside and pinch it down the rail? Eeh.
I think it does go on the side. It's just extremely tight. But I mean, to have to slow roll it in the side, what's that really opening up for the shot on the 8 next? Have a nice view of Irwin sitting here, photographing the event. He takes some amazing photos. Yeah, just rubbed the 8 there. That was a tough one for sure. She knew that going into that pattern.
This is no hanger. Gonna have quite a bit of cue movement to maybe be playing the 8 into that left side pocket again. Around 3 rails at it.
Yeah, it's interesting how many players we've seen play inside on this shot versus how many are playing multiple rails. Looks like he would have got there. So this is a much better look than she had before. Is this potentially drawing into the long rail on the right side, coming out?
Yeah, it's kind of. I mean, you could kind of force follow and go 2 rails at the 8, but I feel like the stun is a little bit more comfortable.
Yep. Nicely done. And potentially just playing this with inside follow to come down and play the 9 in the same pocket.
Yep.
Oh, that's a great photo, Irwin in action, getting a shot of her in action.
That's about the best line he can imagine for that photo.
Yeah.
Got another one coming up with the 9-ball.
I was extremely lucky this year. I was actually able to attend the BCA Hall of Fame dinner, and to watch Carlos inductee speech was, I mean, it was amazing. Him and his wife did such a good job. They were both extremely nervous, but it was really heartfelt, and it gave a great perspective of what his career has been like and the sacrifices both him and his family have made to get to where he's at. And talk about a great year. I mean, 2025 World Nine Ball Champion. He is known as the Black Tiger for a reason.
Yeah, was that 2023 that he was the AZ Billiards highest grossing player for that year? Just really went off the rails, just winning everything for like 11 months or something like that. It's
Yeah, that was
crazy.
one of the things he really touched on in his speech was just the difference of their quality of life based off of how much he's earned in pool, and how even though now he's making quote unquote good money, it hasn't always been like that, that it has been an extreme grind. And he was just saying how blessed he is to be able to provide for his family the way that he wants. So it was a great speech to see the emotion and the people that were attending. It was something that, to cherish.
Definitely. Is there a stream of that, or were you just there in person?
I was lucky enough to be there in person. Pat Fleming from AccuStats bought us all tickets because I was working for AccuStats as a cameraman for the 2025 International Open, which is what hosted the BCA Hall of Fame dinner.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's a cool one.
Definitely.
Well, stepping to the table with nothing touching, odds are pretty good that you're getting out here. Making quick work of this rack. We're going to see a draw back down table. 6 in the side, playing for the 7 in the top left.
Yeah. I haven't seen Carlo play with a glove all that much. I'm a fan of his time on the table and really try and watch as much as I can because he's just such a fun player to watch. I mean, he's so creative in some of his kicks and just the accuracy. And I feel like he plays without a glove at least the majority of the time.
Well, I know Patrick, who's there right now, mentioned the humidity in Taipei. So I wonder what it's like outside versus inside in the room. I know that some of the research I was doing saying that it was hot and muggier parts of the year where it was much cooler other parts of the year. We saw last night on our last match, remember one of our players was wearing a sweatshirt and seemed like he was very chilly. When I was reading, if I was reading correctly, Lee is from Taipei. So didn't seem to have to travel to the event, which is always nice. I know that for me, my game usually is more top notch when I'm not sleeping in a hotel room or having to eat meals I didn't make myself.
Yeah, just the comfortability of your home turf and travel and all of that definitely plays to the comfortability factor.
Yeah.
You want to play that ad for the venue?
I don't think we're gonna have time on this one.
Yeah, he's racking pretty quick.
Let's wait. It's an
If we get a
amazing
player
ad.
break.
Yeah, that'd be a good one. So speaking of conditions, these are Rasan Akura tables. They are running the CPBA Royal Series cloth in gray. These are 4-inch pockets. The balls they're playing with are the Dynasphere Palladium TV set. There was a tournament previously on these tables, the CTPBA Pro Tour Grand Finals. That was only a 24-player event compared to this one, which is 128 players. So there was play on these tables. They're not brand new, but it's not like there was another 128-player tournament happening before this. So for most players, I think that's ideal because there's a little bit of time to break in and for that slickness to wear off. I think we've seen a little bit of that with shot selection. We've seen some players playing a lot more bottom on the ball, draw, stun, not as much follow, avoiding inside. But that could also just be playing style.
Yeah, that's the one fun thing kind of watching an event unfold is you can kind of see how the playing conditions can kind of evolve as play and conditions change with the whether it's raining outside or just the level of play. Things definitely become a little bit more grippy. Balls jaw up a little bit more often when the conditions get into those sticky realms. Going offensive here, back cutting it.
That safe leaked, leaving Lee a full view of the 2-ball. Long.
Holy smokes.
Center of the pocket, no doubt at all.
I feel like that was a half of a pocket too. Now I'm looking at the 5, I'm thinking it was, but it was still a beautifully struck ball.
So is this going to be a draw and beat the side pocket or playing high of the side? Beats the side pocket. Oh, what a stroke. Fortunately, the 3 just did not want to cooperate. But
that's those 4-inch pockets really come into play. I mean, all you got to do is just rub that long rail and it just spits it 2 rails off of both points and down to the bottom rail like that.
yeah, the score is showing Lee is up 2-1. Isn't it 1-2? Or did I overlook that? That's right?
Yeah, the score is correct.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, we missed the first game with the stream reboot. We came in at 1-0.
Gotcha.
She was running that rack, and then Carlo got the next one.
Gotcha. Yeah, I always get a little discombobulated anytime there's any type of interruption like that.
Yeah.
Trying to log back into all the windows and not freak out.
Indeed.
Thanks for keeping me in line, Trevor. Where would I be without you?
Yeah, just trying to be there myself. Man, this is a very difficult ball to hit and not sell out. It's not an easy ball to hit, but there's a lot of ways this can sell out.
Does look like the 3 passes. Ball in hand, nothing touching.
Yeah, it's interesting. Just like coming up short there with that amount of speed, maybe just kind of getting familiar with the tables with the slicker conditions with that amount of speed and top, it can really open up in a way where that would have been a much closer hit. So just interesting kind of watch how the play transfolds today to see the players kind of adapting. Because I feel like it's right in that zone of play where things are starting to become progressively more grippy on the playing surface.
Interesting. He's playing shape to play the 4 underneath the 5. It just looks pretty tight from where I'm sitting, but it must go no problem at all. Ideally playing both balls in the same pocket. Yeah, nothing. Not even an issue. To me, seeing the gray cushion of the rail on the gray bedcloth is kind of hard to discern sometimes. But I like how it makes the balls pop as far as like choice of color for the cloth.
Definitely.
So are we going to see just a short draw, almost a cue ball shape here, playing the 7 in the top right, and
Yeah,
same hole for the 8.
yeah, I think that's what he's more thinking about is really wanting to get precision positioning on the 8 ball just to be able to kind of either draw back or play the 8 in the side to get comfortably on the 8. Wow.
3 rail follow. Well, it came into a good line there.
And this
Yeah, I
is the
wonder.
key shot on this rack.
I see him coming inside and staying on the right side of the table. Nope, outside left. So that was more of the original approach I was imagining. Dead straight, looking good.
And draw right back to where the cue ball is at now, what I think would be the intention. Perfect.
Well, now we have a little bit of time to look at the break, see if we're seeing that cut break one on the side, see if we can see that cue ball crashing through. Let's see if we have time for this video now. I don't think I have it on the list. Okay, I see where it's at. We'll go next time.
All right. With that rack, Carlo Beato is tying it up, making it an even race to 8.
So interesting, we're seeing Carlo do what we saw last night, which is the player putting the 1 in the front of the rack and then just the 2 in the back and then just filling in the rest. Whereas we've seen a couple other players just randomly putting the 2 wherever.
Yeah, I was actually talking about that because we seen that happening last night today with a local player. He's like, yeah, it's just kind of it's an accepted pattern racking because it's kind of like it's the most random ball to know where it's going to go. You know, you're going to get it moving.
I've played quite a few tournaments where it's required that the 2's in the back.
Right.
So yeah, we saw the 1 shoot straight in that side pocket from the cut break, and then that cue ball was crashing through the rack. It was just a little bit low of the 9. Unfortunately, he does not have a good look on the 2. Asking for the ref to remove the template rack. And this is the longest race that these players have seen in this tournament so far. Stage 1, winner's side, was a race to 9. And then if you drop to the B side, the first matches of B side were race to 8. And then once it became qualifying to get back into stage 2, it was also a race to 9. And then when we actually made it into stage 2, which is where we're at right now, first round stage 2, we're looking at races to 10 until the finals, which is going to be a race to 13.
Yeah, I like the progressive races increasing as the tournament progresses and the placement. So, you know, giving more room for the ebbs and flows of a winter break format. You know, once players have made it this late into the tournament that they've got a good feel for the break and you can really string some racks together. So increasing the race length to kind of even that out makes perfect sense. Yeah, might be able to.
I don't know. It's tight.
Seeing if it has a option to kind of play the 2-9 and have a safety entwined.
Yeah.
Oh, 5 ball.
Getting a little bit of movement there. Yeah, if I'm playing a tournament where the races are bouncing around, you know, I'm used to winner side being 1 and maybe loser side being a different. But to play a tournament where potentially I might be having to play 4 different race lengths, that's a little bit much for my brain to wrap around.
Yeah, I've only ever played in a tournament where the final was a longer race. What a pure stroke that was.
It's another one of those beautiful shots we've seen from Lee. So she's just going to walk the dog down the rail and come out for the 4, same pocket.
Yeah, this shot right here really shows the tension you're carrying in the match because this one you really just got to smooth in at a nice pace.
I don't think we've seen a jerky shot out of her yet. Everything has been, you know, smooth with intent. Oh, just comes up a little bit high. I think she would have been able to manage that 4.
Actually, kind of looking at how the cue ball reacted, I think had she made that ball, she may have scratched in the side just with that natural roll. subconscious may have kind of kicked in there to try and avoid it. It's crazy how your intuition can kind of become a part of the game at times when you're not expecting it.
So we saw outside out of Carlo last time. And outside again.
Wow.
So dug into that ball, got a nice little rub there. If he follows this, is he going to have a look between the 6-9, or do you think he's going to try and get on the other side of the 6?
I think he's got a tiny bit of angle where he can work it down table or up table from this perspective.
Looks like he's playing low. There we go. Looks like he has a full view of the 5 here. So we've seen outside on a couple of these shots, navigating to play the 6 potentially into the same pocket. And it looks like he's sticking with it. So playing a lot of low outside, and we've seen that throughout this tournament. I feel like a majority of the content we've seen has been mostly low ball.
Mm-hmm.
Nice shape, navigating around that 8 ball. Now this is the line that's hard for me to see for whatever reason. And for the most part, we've just seen a lot of stop. But there, that's what I usually see as far as the line, and I've been wrong probably 80% of the time. I usually think the player is going to play that shot right there, and I keep on calling it off. But it's nice to see him connect with the ball. So he's going to stun over for short side. Yep. Nice ball there. So she avoided the scratch in the side, but unfortunately it ended in a similar result. But we got to see a nice out instead of a ball in hand start.
Indeed. In the chat, Pro Level AVG says that when Carlo's bridge finger starts twitching, it's over for the
Opponents.
Opponents, yeah, got it. Yeah, I just think that's a subconscious tick of just being totally locked in, feeling everything about the shot.
Those tells. I wonder if he does the same thing at the poker table if he's a card player. Okay, so once again, we're just looking for the 1 ball to come to the side here, and we're really looking for the cue ball to crash into the left long rail and then come back through the rack. Oh, see, I mean, that was just what, a quarter of a ball difference, and he would have clipped the 9.
Mm-hmm.
So he's getting good action on the cue ball, and he's dialing it in. It'll be interesting to see if we see a 9-ball break within this match. Of the matches we've commentated so far, we've seen a lot of players dial in, but we haven't seen a successful golden break yet. I think the closest person we saw was Aloysius Yap, and he got the ball moving twice, like 2 really good attempts, but it was still, half a pocket off.
Where do you push out to here?
Well, you know my strategy. I always try and push into a jump, but I don't think that's what they're doing. And we have another person commenting that Carlo's wearing a glove. So it's cool to see fans or friends of players noticing differences in their attire or gear.
Well, I think he may have liked your concept of pushing out to a covered ball. There might be the slightest edge here. Maybe playing like a tip and a half of left from her perspective and kind of kicking into the ball. Lots of
Yeah,
open space that way, though.
yeah. If she comes in to kick this ball in, she's still got to deal with that 3 ball, which is hindered by the 8. So great contact there. Gets over behind the 4 ball. It looks like Carlo. Looks like he has a full ball there. I could
Yeah,
easily see him playing a soft safe and just locking her up behind the 3 ball there,
indeed.
sending the 3 up table. Oh, interesting. Do you think he was trying to develop that for the future?
Yeah, that
I don't think with that angle, cutting the 2 ball, if he made it, I don't think he would have had a great future on the 3. So
yeah,
maybe
there's
just
also
trying to go ahead.
oh, I was gonna say there's always good things that can happen and bad things that can happen when you're leaving your object ball close to other balls because, you can this particular lay, I feel like he's gonna be pretty insured to see some sort of look with a hit, but when they're close in proximity like that, sometimes you can get things to roll in your favor where you get a return safety.
Nice path there.
Indeed.
Now the 4-8 is a little bit tied up. So we're going to just see a bank safe, 2 up by the 5, and cue ball down here below the 3-8-4. Is he going offense? Okay, so reverse. Look at this. Oh, what a touch.
Yeah, that's
Well, she got out of the last one unscathed. Let's see if she gets out of this one as well.
yeah, she was kind of pointing from this line coming in here. That's the squiggly line, but hitting near the center diamond on that second rail coming at the 2.
So you're looking at 2 rails and pushing the 2 ball up towards the 3-8-4.
I think with this kick, you're just going for the good hit. It's
Mhm.
pretty difficult to gauge an exact edge of the ball. Full contact, but not out of the woods yet.
Yeah, she might be locked up here behind this 4-8.
Yeah, especially if you can come off the rail and split right between the 2 of them, really cut down the options.
Yeah, great touch. So 3rd kick in a row, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing how one play can result in you being on your heels defense so much.
Oh, she can access the short rail. That makes this shot much more doable. Nice, solid hit.
Great shot. Well, if any of you have ever just thrown out the balls and just kicked, just trying to get good practice, getting in touch with your multi-rail kicks, I mean, you can see firsthand right here that it comes into play.
Yeah, this is very makeable combo, but it is no hanger.
Yeah. Also, I could see potentially just cross banking the 2. Naturally comes up table for the 3. Remember, we still have that 4-8, so no walk in the park. Combination it is. Great touch. Looks like a natural on the 2 to get on the 3. Now, if this 3 ball, if he plays it in the top left, do you think he's trying to leave himself an angle to get the natural breakout here on the 8-4?
Yeah, I definitely think that was the hope. I think he's got a little bit of angle to work with here, not a lot though.
Stun over just like a hair.
Yeah, I think you want to
you think he's coming up underneath it and then like backdoor on it maybe?
I think that would be his preferred method, but I think with a little bit of angle that he has here, it's going to be hard to kind of generate.
Yeah, remember these are
Time
4-inch pockets, so they're not super welcoming. Okay, so he just went straight into the 8-ball. And it looks up like it lined up for potentially another combo. It's not wired, but it's doable for sure. Looks like he has maybe 3/4 of a ball gap. So if he cuts that 4-ball to then cut the 8-ball in the combination, it looks like that 4 is going to be traveling over towards the 7-9. He's got to be able to control that for his next ball.
Yeah, I think if the conditions were a little bit where the rail would really grab a extreme left ball and suck up on the 8, he might consider that as a safety option here, which he's gearing up with a lot of left, so he might be looking to. No, he went back to center ball. I'm just looking at the angle wrong.
Oh, wow. So just picks it off from behind the 8. Was he playing the bank there, or do you think that was all safe?
I think he was trying to get onto the 5 ball the way he was staring that cue ball down.
Well, Lee stepping to the table with a good look on the 4. It's long, but she's already demonstrated that that's not an issue for her. She just rifled a couple beautiful shots, full length. Great shot there. Come on, get a good bump. Ooh. Would have loved another 6 inches out of that.
I mean, this is a ball you feel like you kind of have to.
Oh yeah, I mean this is
that for sure.
I think this is very doable, but you know the difference of 6 inches there makes a world of difference.
Agree 100% because now you kind of have to let your cue ball have a lot more movement, and gauging where you're going to finish on the table becomes a little bit less precise.
Great touch there. Uses the whole pocket. And good look on the 7 to get to the 8. She's just kind of stunning into that long rail just high of the side.
Yeah, this is a shot that brings tension into my stroke, just having the side pocket that close.
Looks like she's playing a high ball. Wow, so she played that with high inside to then get the 8 off the rail. What a touch. Can you cut the 8 to the top left and not hit the 9, or do you think you're actually going to pull into the 9 and just hope that it pushes towards the top right?
I think it's going to be a close pass if it does clear.
Look at that. Great navigation. Reading that tangent line, good speed. So we talked a little bit earlier on another match about how often the 9 ball, if it doesn't get crashed into on the break, it's usually just sitting right there on the spot. So something to potentially practice for these events would just be spot shots. So often the last ball on the table is just going to be sitting right on the spot.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be comfortable from cutting it at all angles when you end up low below it, and just be where that ball is an automatic as long as you get in key positions.
Great out by Lee, tying it up at 3-3 and a race to 10. We'll see which side of the table she's breaking from and how much accuracy she has on the cut break, trying to get the 1 in the side. And then also keep in mind what type of path the cue ball comes. So looking towards something going right into where the 6 is at from that side of the rack. Oh, just a hair low on the 1. So we saw something a little bit more just right here towards the point. It just rejected that ball, not by much. So we'll see if we notice an adjustment on future racks. Looks like we saw a verbal push out there. So he elects to pocket the 7, turn over the table for the option. Do see looks like a
little bit of
decent
an edge.
amount. Yeah, decent amount of an edge, but I don't think it's enough to bank. So we're just going to see a safe and cue ball up table. Beautiful shot. Look at that.
Great speed.
Locks him on the gold bar there. It's got about 8.5 feet of distance and 4 balls in the way.
I feel like the 2-railer plays a little better in the direction he's looking because a little wider space to try and get some distance on the 1. Caught it a little thin and is going to maybe give up a pocketing angle.
Yeah, we know it plays to the side, but I'm not sure if it plays to the top left past the 4 or not. If it does, it's pretty tight. She's taking a good look at it. Okay. Playing to the side, or are we seeing another safe here?
The angle to the side looks like it's heading 2 rails right at that 9.5, which is not ideal.
So
Gonna roll up
potentially
on
yeah, rolling up on the 8 here. Great touch. Now Carlo's getting his kicking lesson. So is this the second kick in a row? I think Lee had 3 in the previous game.
Honestly, this is one of the reasons I love watching Carlo, is watching the kicks that he selects and how he executes them, because he's looking at like which hit he can acquire that's going to give him the best chance at, either pocketing the ball or getting a return containing shot. So learn a lot watching him kick the ball.
Well, this is a tough one. If he's just going 2 rails, trying to navigate that side pocket and that 6 ball. Look at this. Great touch. 3 looks like it does play to the top right, but it's tight. I guess we'll see from the body language deeper into the rack. Wonder if we're going to see a little adjustment here, 1 into that pack, and she's just going to bring that cue ball below the 4. No, chooses not to bump them, so that makes me believe that the 3 does pass.
Yeah, and sometimes when you're in a safety battle that you're not feeling like you're guaranteed to come out the victor, leaving a tied up ball kind of gives you that little extra of insurance too. So,
Yep. So this is 3 in a row, kicks wise, for Carlo, right?
mm-hmm.
All right. Full view on the 1. Still questionable whether the 3 plays. Believe it plays to this left side pocket as well, and maybe down to this left lower corner. So looks like a potential of 3 pockets that the 3 plays into.
Yeah, if she tries just slow rolling this ball in, that is quite the task to achieve.
Yep, jacked up on the rail, playing top.
It's gonna roll into a containing location.
Saw a little bit of an acknowledgement, hand flip there. All right, kick number 4, right?
Yep, kick number 4.
I love it. 7 kicks in one game so far.
Yeah.
Or was that the last? No, that was the last game, I think. They're all blending together.
Trying to
Really dig into this ball.
think coming across the face of it and playing the cue to hold by the 9 and 3 was the hope there.
Mm. All right. Well, we've seen a balance of follow and draw out of Lee. I haven't seen, decisive one or the other.
Yeah, this one's a little bit nervy because to draw above the 2 with that speed and that distance, the side pocket comes a little bit in the play. Might try and draw to get into the 8, but if you don't get good contact, that side pocket plays. I like just choosing to stun that ball for those reasons.
Pockets it nicely. Fortunately, that 2 comes over to the long rail.
2 rail safety, leave the 2 ball down near the first diamond on the top right.
I like it.
2 ways you can get there.
Okay.
Oh, I was just trying to get that 8 in play.
Well, now there's no question about the 3. We know that it plays.
All that deliberating.
Does he have enough of this 2 ball to cut it to the top left?
It appears so.
So he's going to be spinning this, and he's going to be coming around to play the 3 potentially in the same pocket.
I think just dragging this one and playing 2 rails to play the 3 in the same. I feel like the outside gets the cue ball to get away from you a little bit more easily, and he played that with great touch.
So now he's just shooting the gap between the 3 and the 9 to get on the 4, same pocket.
Ooh, that's a tight one. Oh, no problem.
What are you thinking for the 5 here? So we've seen a lot of outside play. Is he going to come with a much bigger window to play the 5 in the right top corner? Or do you think he's lining up on this 5-9? We haven't even seen if it's wired.
I think this is the target area he's going to play. No, not at all. That's why we're sitting here and learning. Oh, he is going to play the 5-9. Interesting.
Man, 4 balls on the table, nothing touching. It looked like that was an option. I just didn't see him going that way.
I agree. Maybe he just had a little bit more angle there and didn't want to risk getting too funny on the 5, drawing right at them. So see if he gets the recovery.
This could be dead for all we know. Well, makes it look easy. I mean, there's no question why he's an 837 and in the Hall of Fame.
Indeed.
So here we go. Let's see if we can get this video. This number. No. We're running out of time. Gosh darn it. Remind me, as soon as on the next one, as soon as the 9 ball drops, let's go to it.
Sounds like a plan. It's a beautiful venue. That's why I want to watch that video again and see it all from the in-person perspective.
We're hyping it up too much now. All right. Just looking for that crash and where the 3 was at. Oh, yep. Nice adjustment. Get some good movement on the 9 ball. Just kind of not able to grab the edge of the cue ball, but we can get somewhat close there. So
Yeah. I'm just wondering if he's going to load up with outside and kind of flick it in and try and get into the 9 ball to hold for the 4. but probably more than likely just really thin it, miss the 8 ball, and come into the second rail at the 4 for the side. It's hard to, it looks pretty thin.
Yeah, it's really hard to see how much of the ball he actually has. I think this is for sure makeable. How many times he's going to go back and forth, that's the question. What a shot. Making it look extremely easy. So what kind of angle are you trying to get on the 5 to get on the 6?
I think just stopping the 4, rolling forward a little bit. I want to get close to his work and play the opposite side. I like the more angle option.
So is he getting pro side on the 6? Somewhere down into here-ish?
Yeah. That's with this angle, I think that is definitely the intention.
Which will allow him to work up table to the 7. Oh, 2 times. Great shot.
Wow.
Now that just opens up super nice for the 7. Well, this seems like a pretty routine out for him. I like that angle.
Yeah, that comes off of that second angle or second rail at a really nice angle.
All right, I'm not trying to jinx him, but I'm going to try and cue up this video just so the viewers can have an idea of what went into getting this room ready for tournament play. I'm not sure how many of you have been to the capital of Taiwan before, but it has some interesting views of the city as well.
I think he landed a little flat on this ball.
Yeah, looks like he's playing above center here. Look at this, 2 rail follow, 3 rail follow.
Wow.
Talk about laying down a nice stroke.
To dead straight in. Beautiful.
All right. You let me know once it drops.
And he takes it down.
All right.
Getting on the board with the 5th game.
Awesome. Look at, oh, and it's a player timeout. So we can use this time to thank some of our sponsors. I wasn't sure if you saw that perimeter lighting, Rasan perimeter lighting. We have Dynasphere balls, Rasan tables, CPBA Royal Series cloth is what's being used here in gray. Mori tips. This is a World 9-Ball Tour ranking event, first of the 2026 calendar year. I know I'm leaving out a few, I apologize.
Yeah, and this is all being streamed off of the EvoSports platform. You see this tablet that's got a glare on it right now, but it's intertwined with or interlinked with digital pool bracketing system. So when a match is cast to a table, it automatically updates to the tablet where the players can just accept the match, start the stream, and it saves it to the bracket for easy reviewing use. This system can also be used in venues across the world for a player-run streaming solution. It's very simple. With the player app, you can just keep track of all of your matches, scanning into the tablet and starting up your match, and really be able to go back and analyze your game and capture key moments. It's really coming along. We're all happy to be able to use it here as commentators. We're in Oregon, United States, about a 17-hour direct flight from Taipei, Taiwan. And we're able to commentate with very simple equipment from home and be able to be a part of this amazing action that's happening out here in Taiwan.
Yeah, one of the things that's awesome about this tournament is there are 8 streaming tables in addition to the featured table. So 4 of those are being commentated in English on the EvoSports YouTube page, whereas 4 of those are in another language such as Japanese or Mandarin on the Falcon Sports page on YouTube. So same equipment as far as camera. A few of the tables do have 2 camera view. We're limited to 1 on this table. But if you are looking into other matches, you can find the bracket. It's pinned to the top of the comments. It's being it's there on Digital Pool. For you just tuning in now, this is stage 2 of a 128 player tournament. So it's down to 64 players and it is into the single elimination format. This is a race to 10, 9-ball, winner breaks, 9 on the spot. They are using the World 9-Ball Tour break box. And everyone's trying to get into the big show, which is going to be a finals race to 13, which will happen tomorrow.
Yeah, and having all these additional tables being streamed, having, is it 9 tables that are in total being streamed out of 17? So we're getting more than half of the action that's being played. And once it gets deeper into the tournament, you're going to capture a lot more of the semifinals and different things like that. And I personally really enjoy watching odd or mismatched ratings matching up, to be able to kind of, like, as a learning player and an enthusiast, to be able to identify what separates, world class players from, like, the world champions. Because I mean, everyone playing into this 64 player field has been playing some very solid pool, and what it takes to get to the top is sometimes just the smallest little rolls, or your break just being just not quite cooperating the way you're intending. So I'm just stoked to be able to watch all this fantastic pool.
Yeah, as far as players' skill levels and their ratings, I think we haven't seen a player under 700 yet. So everything has been 700 plus, with multiple players in the low to mid 800s. So Carlo breaking from the same spot, looking for the 1 ball on the right side and hoping to crash that cue ball into where the 2's at now. Cue ball dropped a little bit low there, so no real movement on the 9 ball. Does leave himself a great opening shot on the 2 though, which has a natural lead into the 3.
Yeah, you should be able to shoot pretty close to a stop shot. It may drift a little bit towards the left rail, but really holds a good line on the 3 to the 4 from there.
Looks like the chat is full of people rooting on both players. We have a whole camp of players rooting on Lee, and then, of course, plenty of players rooting on Carlo.
Oh my goodness.
Pretty uncharacteristic miss there.
Yeah. I was
Once
just
again,
looking at how deep it got into the pocket, because it just caught that left point with the smallest little bit in those tight pockets. They're just playing so brutal.
yeah, once again demonstrating how tight 4-inch pockets can be. Nice opening shot on this run. Oh, wow. I did not see that coming.
Me either.
So she's coming fresh off of a break. I don't think there would be any excuses there other than just maybe taking her eye off the ball a hair.
Yeah. This game punishes the tiniest infractions of loss of concentration. That is for sure.
It's a big difference between 4-5 and 3-6, especially with winter breaks. I know she'd like to have that one back.
Yeah, that was definitely an opportunity that she wanted to do a little bit more with. That is for certain. Still some work on the 6 to the 7. Just got to be cautious on how you plan to attack it.
So we saw that center ball hit, which allowed the cue ball to roll forward about a ball earlier. I wonder if we're going to see something similar. Okay.
Wow.
Much bigger two-rail follow.
That is such a great line on the 6 now to be able to draw straight back. It's a little bit dicey though. Like you can't just overdraw it because I believe that top left corner comes into play. So might be looking to get near the second diamond.
It's definitely tipping low. Getting below the 9. All right, so is this going to be that similar stun on the 7, and he's going to play the 8 in the same pocket?
It looks pretty natural from here.
For any of you just tuning in, this is a single elimination stage of the bracket, so unfortunately the loser of this match will be going home. The winner of this match advancing into the top 32 of the tournament.
Yeah, going for the extension.
Yeah, Beato coming off of 2 wins. He won his first match 9-2 and his second match 9-6. So currently undefeated in this tournament. For any of you unfamiliar with the tournament in general, this is the 4th year being held. Last year, which was the 3rd, was won by Jeffrey Rhoda of the Philippines. He defeated Ko Pen-yi in the finals. Back in 2024, January, so at the beginning of the year, Carlo Beato actually won this tournament against Bernie Regalano, so that was an all-Filipino final. And then the first year that this tournament was held, back in 2023, Ko Cheng won against Jeffrey Ignacio. So far to date, this tournament in the finals has been all Filipino and Taiwanese.
There's a reason there. They got such a strong field of players coming out.
Not trying to beat a horse to death, but let's look at this cue ball. We're looking for something like this. Looking at contact with the 9, potentially sending the 9 into the top right corner pocket. Well,
Yeah.
Makes the cut break on the 1, leaves himself a great shot on the 2. It's amazing how hard it is to control that cue ball off that break.
Yeah. Yeah, Mark in the chat mentioning how hard it is in those 4.5, sometimes 4.25 side pockets to be playing on. And especially with this cut break, that one ball coming into that line, it is not a large target to hit. You catch either one of those points and it does not want to go. So you got to really hit that break with precision.
Talk about precision there. Wow. We saw an early 9 earlier. I think he's potentially going to swing at it again. He has a built-in safe on the 3, kind of coming up maybe. Leaving it somewhere up in this area, cue ball wise.
Yeah, this one is definitely I think that's where he wants the cue ball to kind of land, whether he's going 1 rail at it or 3 rails at it. I think the angle coming 3 rails at it leads to a better chance of safety, but harder to take the 9 in with the combo.
I mean, I don't think he's just gonna hit this willy-nilly. I mean, he's gonna connect, but he's really trying to control the rock, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think this will go in gently. He does not want to leave the 9 anywhere near that pocket if it happens to not go. Appears safe.
Right.
Playing that line you were talking about. Gonna leak though.
Yeah, I don't think Lee has an edge of the 1. I think she's got to go backdoor on it. So are we going to see a kick and stick and just leave it down there in proximity of the 6?
Might just softly just kind of runs into the 7. Doesn't really get you underneath of it.
Oh, I was looking at the 9 ball. I'm such a joker. We get confused all the time. I apologize.
Yeah.
That was much better.
It was.
I was looking at a kick and stick 9.
You playing the double kiss here and letting the cue ball slide past the 9?
Ooh, that'd be sweet. Okay. Hits it a little bit more meaty. Gets a lot of movement on the 3. And relocates the 9. Hard to tell if the 6 has a pocket now. I see a similar shot. 3 down towards the 9. Oh, Banks. Look at this.
Yeah, I kind of like the offensive decision there to, try and make the bank known that it'll get you a position to be able to make the 4. And even if it doesn't go, the position onto the 4-ball, 8-ball combo is still challenging enough where errors can be made.
Thanks, Manny. I appreciate that. He said 9 ball, 1 ball. Who's keeping track anyway? Obviously not me. I was getting excited for that combination and just completely lost track. Next one cost me 5. It's like missing ball in hand. So, pretty nice line on the combination.
Yeah.
Got some distance to the pocket.
These are always so hard for me to keep focused on because I want to just shoot the 4-ball right into the pocket and then the 8 goes wide. Interesting. He just decides to play safe.
Great touch there.
Yeah.
I don't think there's enough room to go rail first, but we're about to find out.
Yeah, you can compress the rail a little bit and kind of manufacture an angle that doesn't look as feasible.
Wow, here we go.
It's going to be tight.
Oh, yeah. Rubbed it coming out. Yeah, ball in hand. That was asking a lot. I mean, obviously she had a much better vantage point than we did, but even from where we were sitting, that was tight.
Yeah.
So you're saying compressing the rail. So would you be hitting that ball much firmer, knowing that you had to alleviate some of the rail?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not an expert on any such matters, but I would imagine that, more speed compresses the rail further to get that ball to pinch in there. But
so we're looking at the breakout here.
Yes, sir. How's it going to finish? Oh, pretty sweet.
Can't ask for much more than that. What a shot.
I mean, that was a great line to play at the 5 because if it stops short, you got to look. Runs into the 5, you got to look. It goes past, you got to look.
Anything but just right up on it.
Yeah.
It's a great stroke there, too. All right. Just a walk in the park. This will be putting Carlo at 7-3 breaking. Not an unrealistic deficit, but definitely something to feel a little bit of pressure on.
Yeah, especially somebody of his caliber of play, knowing that you do not have many more opportunities, that can definitely add tension to the body, which is not a big asset in this game in most cases.
I think the bittersweetness is that with it being winter breaks is that you have a chance as long as you can get back to breaking. Let's see if I can play a video here. I like that one, short and sweet.
Yeah.
I wonder how many of the players here are playing with Mori.
Yeah, I feel like tips add so much sensation to the game. Like, the playability with the stroke is really not going to drastically change, but the interaction of the hit will vary drastically with your tip selection. You might get minor differences but with the play, but not something that's so drastic that it's like a night and day. Is this going to be a dry break? Yes, it is, with no direct line at the one. Might be going airborne or pushing out. Push the 8 into the 9 and leave a jump.
Wow, she's looking at taking it on. Yeah, switching cues. Looks like she has a wood shaft on her jump cue. I wasn't able to find anything as far as what cue she was playing with as far as sponsors, but I can see some sponsorship badges on her jersey. We didn't have much time after the table assignment was released to be able to do research on the players. It's nice to be able to get well-known players because the searches end up in much faster results.
Yeah, and familiarity too. Interesting thing just kind of happened there. The template rack was just slightly over the rail on that jump after the second rail kind of interacted with it. It was very slight. I don't think it changed anything about how things are going, but
yeah, Irwin still paying a lot of attention to this match, getting some great shots right here. Looks like he has a good vantage point of the rest of the room as well.
are you looking to play between the 4-5 here, or try and really open up and play more towards that 6?
I think he's just playing all the way up table, top right. Look at this.
Yeah, they do use so much low ball. There's so many shots that I'm looking at that I'm used to shooting with a high ball that they're drawing the ball with, so
2 rail inside, nice touch there. Leaves himself another angle. So now, is this going to be similar? He's just coming high of the right side. Somewhere over into, oh, not like that. Gosh, my crayon is getting dull. You're going to see something, over into this area.
yes, sir.
Great angle. So is this a up and back? Yeah.
We loaded up with inside there.
Mm-hmm.
Going 2 rails.
I guess that wouldn't be up and back. That'd be side to side, right?
Yeah.
You know what I meant. I'm glad we speak the same language.
Fell really straight on this. He keeps scratching his head like he's got to kind of cheat the pocket and come with something here.
Look at that. Just maneuvers right around the edge of the 9 ball.
Whew.
Yeah, this is a tall order here. Playing into those side pockets potentially that Mark was talking about. Everyone always talks about the measurement of the corners, but not necessarily the sides. We see him potentially lay up and just put the 7 down by the template rack.
He might cross the bank and run his cue ball up 2 rails and kind of just try and get to that bottom rail to play the 8 in the side. Man, this is kind of a, you got some offensive options, but they're just as difficult as the safeties are. So it'd be interesting to see what he elects to do. I think if he wasn't right on the rail and had access to the low portion of the cue ball, he might cut this ball up table and kind of draw near the pocket, but I just don't think he's going to elevate up to do that. Gonna have to sit and learn something. Maybe play straight through it, leave the 7 by the template rack and run the cue ball back over near where it's at.
So he's coming with a big shot no matter what. Playing the bank. Look at that. You think he was playing that and then he was trying to leave himself just that sliver of the 8? Or do you think he was trying to back up that cue ball a little bit more?
Yeah, he just gestured with his cue tip right here, which is where I imagine that he was intending the 7 ball to end up.
Yeah, I think that's so much harder to do, playing that like as a stop shot. Oh,
It must go in the side.
yeah.
Yep, no hesitation. Lays well then.
Mhm. Still very makeable.
Yeah.
It's got to come with it.
And don't get distracted by not achieving the position you intended, and just focus on the shot is key.
Yeah. 4-7 breaking is what she's looking for. Nice.
Capitalizes on leaking safety from Beato. Now Lee's going to be making a run to get back into close proximity. Running out of runway. Got to really bear down on the opportunities from here.
Yeah, for any of you that are just tuning in, Lee lost her first match 2-9 to Johann CHUA, and then was bumped down to the B side where she won her next match 8-4, and then her third match was 9-7, earning her berth into this stage 2 of the tournament. This is now a single elimination 64 player stage 2 tournament. Everyone jockeying to get into the finals, which will be a race to 13. This is a World 9-Ball Tour ranking event, the first of 2026. Lee is currently ranked 31st in the world with a Fargo rate of 708. For all you Americans out there, that would put her with 3 American players above her. Can you imagine being 31st in the world as far as women players? It's got to be amazing.
I think being 31st in the world in any sort of aspect is a huge achievement. The amount of work and dedication it takes to get there.
Yeah, I mean, just imagine your craft and knowing that in the entire world there are only 30 women that hold a Fargo higher than you. And those could only be maybe a point or 2 higher than you. So you're just right there with them.
That's incredible. See, I don't think he has a banking angle here. Probably going to play it towards the 8 and cue ball up by the 3.
Yeah, I like that. just shortens the distance and gets him behind the 5. So back to the kick game. She's looking at 2 rails.
Yeah, I think that 8 ball is going to play big into this shot. We'll have to see for which player it becomes the favorable ball, though.
Maybe she looks like she's playing 1 rail to the lower right here. Nope, it was 2 rails. Man, that was so deceiving.
Yeah, I think that was the amount of angle she could get at that long rail, and she was really trying to twist that ball is what it kind of looked like. But even though she's given up ball in hand, really made that 4 ball significantly more complicated.
Yeah, it does not look like it passes the 7, so he's going to have to move something. Potentially see a safe here.
Yeah.
Try and get her on 2.
Sliding into the 8 ball.
Nice touch. I wonder if he's trying to bump the 8 ball just a hair more so it actually opened up the lane for the 4.
That would have been pretty slick.
Yeah, so then you're potentially hooking your opponent, opening up the lane to develop the future run out. And if Lee fails to make a hit here, she'll be on 2. Well, that's 2 consecutive fouls. They are playing 3 foul rule. Whether Carlo chooses to pursue the 3 foul or just tries to get out here. I mean, that 4 ball is still tough action.
I definitely think he's thinking about the 3 foul, thinning off of the 2 and coming off of the left long rail and tying up onto the 3. That's a very delicate safety to not give up anything.
Yeah, hoping that the 6-7 comes into play and blocks the 1 rail kick avenue. It looks, from his demeanor, it looks like he gave up the 2, at least an edge of it. It's a great try.
Yeah.
Did you notice? Did he notify her that she was on 2?
He did when he first came to the table.
It was kind of like a "you're on 2" smiling. I know you can see the whole ball, but I'm going to let you know anyways.
Yeah.
There we go.
Easy. Just comes out.
Looks like he might have about 3/4 of that 2 ball.
Now, this is one I think he might come in behind and kick and stick, but depends on. He's pretty straight on it, though. He's trying to develop that 4 ball. Very smart play.
All right. Now every ball has a hole, so it's just a matter of getting going, right?
Yeah. 5 ball has limited options.
Yeah, this is a tough start on the 2 here. Trying to not only make this, but get back on the 3.
Oh.
It's half the battle, right? Makes the 2 and does look like she has a full ball on the 3, but that's a long, tough cut. Are we going to see potentially a 2 rail safety and she's going to try and leave him down here behind the 5-9?
Yeah, that seems like that would be the move. I'd be focused on the speed on the object ball just because it's so easy to not quite get that hook. Gonna kind of come up between.
I think that's what she was going for. She just needed to hit it a little bit thinner or a little bit more right?
Mm-hmm.
Good speed though. I mean, look at, she was right there, pin high on that 9. This is what it comes down to right here.
Look out. Oh no. Oh.
Oops, perfect.
Yeah.
Playing the point for shape. Great outcome. Now we're back to that 5 that you said that had limited pockets. We've seen 2 early 9s in this match, and that one looks like it's on a similar angle. But I have a feeling he's going to draw back and play the 5 in the left side. Or you think he's coming with a big shot?
Yeah, drawing back from here, I was going to be in really close proximity with the 5.
I think so. I think he's gonna do more of like that drag down the rail as opposed to like the kind of punchy draw.
Oh,
Look at this.
For another 9-ball combination.
Number 3. Here we go. Well, Lee, I mean, where I'm from, we always have a saying, just cover your eye. And you're just hoping that it doesn't go. I'll cover my eye for you.
Yeah, this is pretty uncommon to see this many 9-ball combinations, but the racks have been a little odd, so makes sense. Drills it.
Yeah, gets it done. So he's 3 for 3 on those. 8-4 and breaking.
Can't speak for Lee, but having early 9s for some reason when I'm in a match and it's happening against me, it makes me more uncomfortable. I don't know if it's frustration or just the tension of wondering if it's going to go or not.
Yeah, I could see that. Or just like, man, why couldn't I get that shot?
Yeah. And also like the complexity of it, like you're expecting it not to be 100%, to go in 3 times in a row.
Yeah, he's definitely come with it. I mean, those gimmies, there was distance between all 3 of those object balls and 9 balls. It seemed like they were all like a very similar style of shot though, as far as like the family of combinations.
Yeah. Yeah. About 6-7 inches apart.
Lays down a great break here. Plenty of room to get from the 2 to the 3. So is this just going to be that touch outside?
Yeah, like a little drag stroke too.
More than a touch. Look at that. Almost straight in. A little bit of a back cut angle.
Yeah, I think he wants to land pretty flat on this 5 just to kind of hold for the 6. The line to it seems pretty accessible from there.
Yeah, navigating that 7 ball there. All right, so is he going to come back into that kind of similar window that we've been seeing him play, kind of like this angle?
Mm-hmm. Just reading in the chat that somebody with half the alphabet in their name said that Beato actually missed one of the 9 balls earlier. I think I remember what that was, but I think he like changed from playing it to playing at full safety. That ended up working out, but I could be mistaken.
I take full responsibility. A lot of the stuff I say is just what I want to see versus what actually happened. I feel like when you're trying to like put yourself in the player's shoes, that like you're like, oh, well, is she gonna do this? Is he gonna do this? And then it's kind of like a blur between what really happened and what you were thinking was gonna happen. So
Yeah,
I do remember him. I do remember him making 3 for sure, right?
Yeah. I love a chat that keeps you on your toes because I know when I'm watching and listening to commentary, I definitely am dialed in on what's being said and how accurate it is.
Yeah, we appreciate you keeping us honest. Nice to be able to interact with people, take a little bit of the pressure off.
With this 9-ball, Carlo Beato is going to be on the hill and breaking.
Yeah, that's it's a big 6 games to undertake here.
My apologies. I did not realize that was your last name in the chat. In the alphabet, there's one with an also kind of an odd last name. I try and not tease.
Oh, I wasn't even looking at the name. I was just looking at the cool stormtrooper. I believe, to answer your question, someone said, anyone know why this is streaming on YouTube instead of the World 9-Ball Tour TV? I believe they're doing just the feature table on the World 9-Ball Tour TV. And this is all through either EvoSports or Vulcan Sports. There's 8 tables being streamed through those companies.
Oh, cue ball. It's kicked into the right side.
Yeah, I don't have any other information other than that. But glad you're tuning in and hopefully you're enjoying the coverage. Commentators, I am Joel Peck and my partner is Trevor Sickendick. We are both commentating remotely from the state of Oregon in the United States of America. This tournament is being held in Taipei, Taiwan. So we are volunteering for EvoSports. Neither one of us is a professional player. We're both about the 600 level. So both of these players are playing way over our heads as far as skill level, but we both love pool and hopefully we can provide a little bit of insight here and there.
I love commentating because I learn so much watching all levels of play. You know, sometimes folks will have a different style and a different knowledge base where you can see how you would play the table, but there's every match you're learning something new of little intricacies of the game.
All right, so we've seen Carlo play this 1 rail, and then we've also seen him play this 2 rails. Let's see how Lee attempts it.
Great stroke.
Carrying over into the 3rd rail. Beautiful.
Going to be ever so slightly elevated here, I'd imagine.
Yeah, is this going to be follow 2 rails out, kind of down near the center of the table? Pretty darn close. Not afraid to leave a little bit of distance.
Very nice.
Lee with the opportunity to go 5-9 and breaking. Looking to mount a 6-game streak.
Yeah, that was such a great out with great heart. I'm going to actually play a replay back, a couple racks back. Lee made a really nice jump. The audio coming back will just be that of us talking then, so enjoy this great jump really fast.
Trying to not only make this, but get back on the 3.
Oh.
It's half the battle, right? Makes the 2 and does look like she...
Everybody loves a good jump, right? That was a lot of distance, man. 4-inch pockets. Whew.
So looking for that one ball on the left side. See what kind of line we can get on it. Dead in the hole. Keep an eye on the 2. And makeable cut for sure.
Yeah, and looks like the cue ball may have rolled just far enough not to have hampered cueing. It'll be hampered a little bit in the visual aspect of the cue ball, but should be able to access the center ball with a level cue.
Got a great comment there. Hill versus half hill. Yeah, somebody's Friday afternoon around 4 o'clock, and someone's still sitting at Wednesday just after lunch. So both are still at work, but there's a big difference there.
Speaking on the time difference from where they're at and where we're at, correct?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Who was?
Here we go. Oh no! Come on, bump it. Oh, that's tight. We're gonna see a swerve, another jump, or she might have it.
Me looking at it, I feel like if anything, she has an edge of it, but I don't think might be glancing off of this and playing up behind the 4.
I think she's just putting a little swerve on it. I don't think there's much hindrance at all. Oh, yeah, you were right. Great touch there. And get behind the 4. Ooh. Wow.
Nothing like playing 15 feet to nestle up into a 8-inch square area. Very nicely executed, both in accuracy and speed control.
Look at this. Behind the 4 also? Nope. All right.
Place yourself in these shoes. Carlo Viotto on the hill against you, and you got a super long 3 with difficult position.
Deep breath.
Heart is pounding.
So is this one rail and out? Or does she have enough to play 2 rails on this?
She might just play a high ball and kind of let the stroke out.
Yeah, to tell how much angle there is. I think this is 1 rail. Oh no. Yeah, that was tough.
Yeah, it was very tall order on very tight pockets. Well, with these 7 balls, if he can solve the pattern and get out from here.
Coming down table. So that way he's just working from the 4 naturally into the 5. Yep, good line. Then he's just going to play that 5 ball 2 rails out to get on the 6. Just play the 6 in the top right.
Yeah, I think he would prefer to be able to just stop that ball right there if he has the access. Because creeping forward a couple of inches is that shot right there. I think that is the most difficult shot in pool.
Just that center ball hit, just hitting it so clean.
Yeah, just hitting it so clean and just having it not run forward or completely stop on you. It's just such a precision strike that's deceptive from the reaction of the ball.
I think he has enough angle to go 2 rails here, but he's looking at it, weighing out his options. Looks like he's playing low, so maybe he's playing the 6 in the left side. Yeah. Just kind of stunning over. Yeah. It's a little interesting angle.
Yeah,
I think he's just gonna take his medicine, just pretty much leave the cue ball kind of right there in the vicinity of the 7.
Yeah, with the little bit of angle that he has, like, he might just kind of take the distance on the 8, or he might really try and work the rock and get a little closer, but I feel like he's drawn right at the 8.
There we go. Yeah. Couldn't tell if he was going to be able to bring it straight back or if he was going to be shifting over to the left. And this is a shot that we've seen him take quite a few times in this match. Just naturally cruising over to the other side of the table. That might be all she wrote. Oh, what a match. Well-fought battle. Carlo Beato finishes 10-5 and advances into top 32 players. We will be stepping out of the box for the next match, which takes place at 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We will be back on this same table for the following match at 11 o'clock, and that will be a top 32 match. So thanks for tuning in here with myself and Trevor Sickendick. We appreciate all the interaction that you've given us. Thank you to EvoSports for providing this awesome platform, and we hope to hear from you guys soon.
Yes, thank you guys. We'll catch you guys on the next one.
May I have your attention, please? This
Microphone
is the
test.
Microphone test. Mic test 2. Mic check. Mic check. All right, welcome everybody. Players are just getting warmed up. Like Baman Nguyen versus Johann CHUA. Baman looks at his warm-up rack, and Johann CHUA is getting his warm-up rack as well. I don't believe that they've lagged for breaks, so I do believe this is still practice.
Yeah, correct. You are, Patrick. This is Johann's practice rack before we get started here. Thank you all for joining us this morning or afternoon or evening, wherever you are tuning in from. Looks like the players are ready to get started here. This is the second part of the tournament, single elimination, race to 10.
And what an exciting tournament this has been so far. Day one was 2 days ago, started with 128 players in this field. We are now at stage 2 of this tournament, down to the final 64 into a single elimination bracket. This is round 1 of the single elimination side. Welcome, Zach. Thanks for joining me.
Yeah, glad to be here, Patrick. Thanks for letting me join y'all. It's been a fun event. I imagine being there is even more fun.
Yeah, it's quite exciting being in this room, and I got to tell you, it's a beautiful day in Taipei today. We've got sunny skies, a little bit warm. It's nice, feels good. It's been cloudy and cool the last few days, but the sun has come out today for stage 2 of this tournament. Maybe that'll have an effect on how the tables play. We'll find out.
Sounds like a perfect day to be indoors.
Oh, is that going to be a... Oh, I thought that was going to be a scratch on the break to start it off, but it's almost as bad. I think the cue ball gets hooked into the corner. He does make a ball on the break, but he's going to have absolutely nothing on this one because he's corner hooked. So we're going to be seeing a push out to get started here.
Yeah, and I'm not even sure if he can really see the 5 much to even consider pushing the 5 into the 7. So
yeah, it's interesting here. You might want to just move that 2 ball into a little bit more of an awkward position, but no, he's just going to push to a jump. I mean, that's he's probably going to get this back, I would say.
well, CHUA could actually make this one rail, maybe.
Yeah, but there's really not much future. I mean, if he does, he'd be looking at a difficult shot on the 2-3 combo or something kind of crazy like that. I mean, yeah, you're right. That if he comes all the way back around, you are right. That could work. These are 4-inch pockets, and that is a very tough shot, no matter who you are. He did follow your line just perfect, but you know, you have to hit that absolutely perfect for it to go.
Yeah, I've seen quite a few rattles of the 4-inch.
Good action on the cue ball from cueing from the rail. That was very impressive to get that much action on the ball and hit it accurately. He's going to look at the combo 2-3. This is a very exciting matchup between really the Philippines and Vietnam.
Yeah, Johann CHUA currently ranked number 4 in the WNT rankings. He had a very successful 2025. He finished first in the 2025 Night Shot 9-Ball Open, as well as the Battle of the Bull. Took first place in both of those.
And an error there from Baman. It's going to give CHUA the first real look at this table.
Even then, going to have to hit a bit of a force follow here to come back out for the 5. I hit that real sweet.
Yeah, he did. Looks good from here. He might elect to go with the side pocket. They don't normally in these situations, but the way that the cue ball might move, no, he's going corner. No problem. A lot less movement on the cue ball going for the corner. It is a longer shot, but now he's in absolute perfect position to close out the rack. Should come nicely for the 7 in the side. And right now, we are streaming 8 tables on EvoSports, 4 of them with English commentary. We have 1 with Japanese commentary and 3 with Mandarin commentary. And then there's also the feature table from Vulcan Sports. So trying to give the audience the most amount of options for enjoying these matches and watching these pros compete. Naoki Oi, I believe, is going to be starting up on table 15, and we'll have Japanese commentary for that. Nice stroke there from Johann. He's looking solid right out of the gate in rack 1.
Yeah, very impressed with the setup, Patrick. I know you and your team have worked very hard to make sure that this all works out, especially for the viewers at home. So I know we all appreciate it.
It's my pleasure, and it's great to be able to have the technology now in the world that we live in, with you know, people being remote. We've had commentators come in from U.S., Canada, Taiwan, Japan, the Netherlands, you know, pretty much all over the world, and I think it's great. I think it's good for the sport. I think we need to encourage more of that and more globalization of the sport to grow it, and that's exactly what Matchroom is doing with these events, and that's what we're able to do with our technology, and it just sort of makes for a perfect synergy. And I'm happy to be able to provide that for everybody. And I do expect quite a few viewers to be rolling in every time we have a Vietnamese player on the stream. It seems to go from, you know, 100 viewers to 1,000 real quick. They love pool in Vietnam. And they also love it in the Philippines. And so we're getting the best of both worlds here.
Do you like the safe here on this? Maybe pushing the 2 this way and bringing the cue ball, try to bring the cue ball back behind.
You know, I think he's going to go. I think he's going to pull the trigger here. You know, I probably would prefer that shot, but I feel like, yeah, it does look like he's either queuing for the cut in the bottom right or playing the safety. Yeah, he's cutting it to the bottom right corner. Yeah. You know, I think at this level, you really need to reduce the amount of times at the table you give to your opponent, because everyone in this room, and especially in the final 64, is capable of making something happen even in impossible situations. Beautiful draw stroke there from Baman. Lands right on the rail. It does seem a little unfortunate. Kind of shaking his head. Didn't realize that it was going to travel that far on him.
Yeah, even though this shot's a little difficult, fortunately for him, the cue ball does travel in a nice line for the 4 next.
Yeah, I don't think he's got this 3 ball to the bottom left, so he's going to have to play it in the side, which means, oh, look at this. Okay. I thought he was going to get a fortunate roll there. Didn't quite work out, but look at this now. We've got the 3 ball, and then it looks like Johann is eyeing up the 4-9 combo for the rack win on the next shot. I mean, it's not easy. And if the 4-ball plays, he would probably elect to play the 4-ball through that gap and try to make something happen to get shape on the 5. But if it doesn't, you can guarantee that he's going to be taking that 4-9 combo on. Yeah, that's probably the position that he's going to be looking for there.
Oh, landed a little high.
Yeah, he's okay. At least he's not queuing over the 7. That's the important thing here. But yep, we are looking at an attempt at the 4-9 combo. Try to get this rack win. I've only got one screen in front of me, so I'll try to pay attention to the chat if anybody is in there. There is a poll in the chat as well. So doing a little, is it?
Well, he ended up making the 8-ball.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I wasn't even looking at the 8 potential there. So, and then it's going to be the 5-9 is the much easier combo than the 4-9. He's got a decent angle to get shape on that 5-ball. So there is a poll in the chat. Which player is the favorite to win this match? And it's pretty close with the audience polling here. Johann CHUA, the favorite at 55%. Bahman with 45%. So we're looking at a carom here for the 9.
I believe so. Yeah, I was going to say he landed a little steep for the combo. So I think maybe just thinning the 5 and with some bottom left here. Yeah, nice
Beautiful shot. Yep. Gets it done. So
quick commercial break here. Score tied up 1-1 going into rack number 3. Bahman Nguyen here to break it off.
one ball goes cleanly into the side pocket as planned, and a good look at the 2. The 3 lays up by the top right corner. He's got a good opportunity for a run out rack. And, in this game, as we've been talking about a lot this week, is it's all about the break and getting those opportunities on the break. What percent are you making the 1 in the side and getting a shot on the 2?
Yeah, in the Victor Zielinski Edwin Gomez match, Edwin just broke dry a few too many times and allowed Zielinski to take those racks. It did go hill, so Zielinski made mistakes of his own, but like you're saying, the break is incredibly important.
Yeah, there's so many racks in these matches, especially the later you get in this tournament, that you just do not have any opportunities at all. And so that just puts more emphasis on when you do have opportunities, you have to execute, and that is a mistake there from Bahman. So this is one of those opportunities, but he's going to be getting his jump cue and going for the 4-9 combo. We might be seeing a highlight reel shot coming up here soon. So like I was saying, the racks that you do have the opportunity in, you've got to execute. So many times you don't get any opportunities. So here we go. Jump shot 4-9. Close, but no good. kind of fortunate the 4 ended up settling on that bottom rail, making the bank shot difficult from this angle. I think Johann is going to be spinning this with a lot of left English and trying to spin that cue ball over to the 8-9 area. Yeah, right in there. I think we'll see what he's got. Kind of depends on how far off the rail the 4 ball is. If it's frozen to the rail, makes that a little more difficult. If it's just a hair off the rail, it's much more possible to do. No, he's just going to go 50-yard line, I think, 50-50, basically. Bring the 4 up. Yeah, that's where he's going with it. Yeah, it's not bad. Got the separation, got the blocker. Those are the 2 things you want.
Kind of another interesting opportunity here to jump at the 4 and have it thin slice the 9, but that may be a bit aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, well, there's not a whole lot here available, right? I mean, as far as potting balls, I think you got to look at the percentage of getting safe after the contact to decide where to hit that ball. But if you can get the win like this, that would be impressive. And another stab at it. So he's taken 2 cracks at the jump shot combo with the 4-9. I do believe he's left the back cut on, but that doesn't really give Johann anything on the 5, so I don't think he'll be taking that on. Yeah. See if he's got coverage.
Putting it almost in the exact same spot it was previously.
Right. So each player has had about 2 or 3 turns at the 4 ball. These are the kind of racks that I really enjoy watching because I like seeing the players think and make certain decisions. It helps me learn as a player and grow as a player. These kind of racks. Is this going to go 2 rails? Not quite, but it is going to bounce back up and leave it difficult for Johann.
Yeah, there is a particular safe that I'd like to point out to you that I feel has been very nice to work on if it comes up, but we shall see.
Yeah, and this one I think Johann's going to be putting that cue ball back into the area that we've been seeing by the 7.
Yep.
I mean, right? It's been working for him. He's been getting back to the table every time. Just keep using that 7 ball, right? Right.
It's so good because it's landed within millimeters of the exact same spot that he's had it at.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not broke, don't fix it, right? It's like,
yeah.
I feel like we're going to see a highlight reel at some point, in this. Oh, there we go. something to cheer about. I mean, he gives the wave. He didn't mean to make that shot, but certainly is happy to still be at the table. And does he have his jump cue? He does not have his jump cue. So what does that tell you? Yeah, he might have I think, yeah. Had to watch the scratch here.
Ends up going for safe.
Yeah, he did not want to take that on.
Yeah, but he didn't really get the safe either, though.
Not really, but Johann will be looking for another safe to see if he goes back behind the 7 again.
I was gonna say maybe if he had enough room to spin this cue to send the 4 behind the 7, but I don't think he has much to manufacture being that close to the rail.
So he lets. Oh, look at this. Now that was a beautiful safety right there. The speed and control of that cue ball. Yeah, give that man some cash. That was impressive. This is going to be a very difficult safety to, I mean, I think that the odds are fair that he gets a hit on it, but there is just really not much. There's not many places to hide the cue ball afterwards because you have so much separation between the balls. All right, so CHUA rewarded for the excellent safety, and that was a great safety battle back and forth. A lot of kicks, a lot of jumps, and who's going to win the battle? It turns out to be Johann. These are the kind of racks that are just like dogfights with the safeties. And who blinks first?
Yeah, I really love seeing safety game, especially in 9-ball, because 9, tends to go pretty quick. So when you do have those opportunities, it's really interesting to see how players approach sort of the layout and where to hide the cue or the object ball.
And I hope my audio is okay, Zach. I know I am in the room. There's a lot of applause going on with the crowds very near the feature table, which has, about 150 people in the bleachers, watching the action. So let me know if it's a little bit loud.
No, sounds pretty good. Don't really hear much background noise. Hear the occasional click of the ball, but all right, so CHUA winning the battle, taking the rack.
Yeah, let's take a look at that safety because that was the key to the rack right here. Just beautiful ball speed. So he likes. Oh, look at this. Now that was a beautiful safety. Those are game-winning shots when you execute like that. That's how you win racks. That's how you win matches. That's how you win tournaments, is putting down defense like that. Thank you, Joel. Appreciate that. Looks like we've got quite a few viewers jumping in. We're up to 200 live viewers. Hit that share button. Let everybody know this match is happening. I know there's a lot of people out there would love to see this. Good powerhouse matchup between the Philippines and Vietnam.
So it makes the 1 ball as intended, but a little bit hooked behind the 6. I suppose if he wants to be aggressive, he could jump for it, but may push into a better jump spot. Deciding to let Ba-man give me a show me jump here.
Nice, beautiful.
Yeah, excellently executed. He does decide to bank this in the side pocket. Gonna have to run the cue, but I think he might go safe here.
Yeah, it's definitely going safe. He's got too many blockers down there to, the percent chance of success for getting a blocked, getting blockers is very high with 5 balls in such close proximity that there's no way he can turn that safety down. So Johann going to the air. See if he's as good with the jump stick as Ba Man.
I potentially like the jump kick here just to kind of squat, but I think hitting it on the right side like that is just as good.
Man, these guys are just too good. Just too good. That's what I mean by, when you do have offensive opportunities, you can play a great safety, and next time at the table, you don't have anything close to as good as what you just had, so minimizing the amount of trips to the table. So another foul from Ba Man Win. He lost the last rack from a safety from Johann, and this one could be the same. So the difference so far in this match has been really the safety play. And I know when you're jumping at a ball and you end up coming around the table and getting safe, it does kind of look like luck, but I can assure you that that is what he was intending to do with that cue ball.
Yeah, even with hitting the 3 on the spot that he hit, he knew it would come off the long rail and get into that zone behind those balls. So
right, and
a lot of calculations there.
Having 5 balls on the table in one area makes the safety very attractive. I like using the 8 here to just stop the cue ball. Yeah, nice. That gives it very good look at the 5 in the side.
Probably just stun this back and take the 6 in the same pocket. So yeah, Johann CHUA with the safety play being the deciding factor in these 2 racks, separating himself now 3-1 going into rack number 5.
Yep, and again, there was the 2 safety plays that led to 2 ball in hand opportunities for Johann. That is the difference in this match. So last time Johann successfully made the 1 in the side, but did not have a look at the 2. Let's see if he could maybe keep that cue ball a little bit higher so that it doesn't end up getting locked into the stack. It does go down towards the bottom of the table, and that's usually when you don't end up with a look at the 2. It's a very difficult break, and I really like the format of the matchroom break from the break box, 9 on the spot. It just makes it very random for one to know where the 2 is going to end up, but it's difficult to execute. These pros are very good at making that 1 in the side, but it is still difficult to control the cue ball and keeping it out of the bottom of the table area.
Yeah, I agree. It definitely makes the rack more interesting.
Oh, there we go.
Excellent. And he somehow
Look at this.
misses every ball and gets shape.
I don't know how that happened, but wow. I mean, how did he go in between all of those balls, not touch anything or get into any trouble there? Oh, what an incredible shot from Johann CHUA. That's high level stuff right there, guys. Been seeing great pool, great jump shots, great kick shots in this match. Great safety play. I like it. No runouts yet, except for this could be the potential here to be the first break and run of the match.
Yeah, and this is why he's ranked number 4 in the rankings. Just
Yeah.
incredible play.
And you can, you see the aggressiveness of going for that when the push out was an option and, other things. But you just don't want to give up the table if you don't have to at this level. Yeah, and he's in perfect position. The 7 is going to be the key ball to get on, so he's going to stay focused on, the perfect position on the 6 to get on the 7. And you saw where he put his hand. He's looking at, wanting to be somewhere in that area where he has a nice little angle on the 6 to float up to the 7 to play it in the bottom right corner.
Yeah, and back to your point about attacking, once you're kind of in that flow state, you really do not want to interrupt it.
Right, and now he's not the angle that he wanted. That cue ball needed to roll another foot. So is he going to be able to get this with just a ton of inside and get it inside the 9? I don't know. I think he probably could. Even if he comes and bumps the 9, he'll probably be okay bumping off the edge of the 9 to try to get that cue ball over closer to the rail, but not going to be easy. His other option is to set up for the 7-8 combo, which might be what he's looking at. Yep. Now he's going to bank the 7. So there was lots of different ways you could do this. He decides the bank on the 7 was the highest percentage.
Come back out around, do you think?
Yep. That's the plan.
Oh, just run into the 8.
Run
Okay,
into the 8 with draw.
that was clever.
Wow.
Yeah, that was clever.
Great execution. And I like the speed that he hit that at too. He didn't kill it. He actually hit that at a very medium speed stroke, which improves your accuracy quite a bit. What a fantastic run out from Johann CHUA, showing why he's a top ranked player in the world. And let's take a look at that replay on the jump shot to get started in this rack.
Rack more interesting.
Oh, there we go.
Excellent. And he somehow misses every ball.
Yeah, that's the key right there, is getting aggressive early. He's got the, he had the 3-1 lead. He decides to go aggressive early, taking on that jump shot, was rewarded with the run out, but had to make some great shots towards the end, getting a little bit out of position on the 7 or the 6 and making it work, banking the 7. Just a pleasure to watch pool at this level. Rack number 6, Johann up 4-1, looking really solid. What's he going to get on the 2? No love here. He's not jumping this one. I can guarantee you that. And but does he push? I think he has to kick at this because I think he can make things happen with a kick shot, either offensively or defensively. I feel like, no, he's pushing out. Where to? Push to a jump? Yep. He's going to push to a jump shot. And immediately, Ba-Man Win waves his hand and says, "You go ahead. I don't want any part of it." Johann said, "Okay, that's what I expected, and I already know what to do here." So it's already showed is pretty handy with that jump cue.
Yeah, if he can get a little bit of draw on this, the angle should actually maybe just bump that 7 and give him a decent look at the 3.
Oh, that was very unusual. Did not expect that. So good choice from Nguyen to wave that one off and see what he gets. So opportunity here to get back into this match. And Nguyen is a very capable player of running packages, just like most of the people in this room. So you give him that open opportunity in this winter break format. I love the swings that we see in some of these sets. Players that I've seen up 6-1, 7-1, something like that, and end up the other guy comes back into it. So a bit of an error here.
Yeah, landed a little short.
Yeah, this is not good in this situation when you're down 4-1. You've got the open opportunity with ball in hand, and on the second shot, you get stuck.
Oh, he just went for it.
He sure did. He's got fortunate that it didn't lay up anywhere, but you know, I mean, with everything open like that on the table, you had a ball in hand to start that run out. He's got to clean that out of his head, clear that out of his head, that those mistakes, because this match can quickly get away.
Interesting. Is Johann looking to park the cue ball behind the 7? So he's going to hit it like this, come off, be back, and here? Something like that? Meanwhile, well, then the 4 kind of just goes.
I don't think so. I mean, I don't like that, because you're just flirting with that side pocket. Yeah, just there's too many things that could go wrong there. Nope, he's just going to fire it right into the side pocket like it's nothing.
I see. He was seeing where the cue ball might land after the reverse bank.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
And he's fortunate to get the window after bumping the 7. He's got the window now on the 5.
So it looks like the poll results came through, and 63% of the current viewers believe CHUA will be winning this match.
I would have to agree with that stat. At this stage, it's easier to predict, of course.
Nice angle here on the 8.
There it goes. He's halfway to the finish line. Let's get a quick commercial break from Maury Hughes here. Or Maury Tips, I should say. Great, very high quality cue tips from Japanese company Maury, one of the sponsors of this event.
All right, let's see if he can improve on the cue ball position just a little bit.
Yeah. So got a good contact into that rack. 9 ball went moving. He went full into the 9 afterwards, but this is a dry break. and immediately Nguyen just gets right down and
Almost overhits it.
yeah, it gets right to work. I wonder if maybe there's some frustration there, because it does seem like
Yeah, I see what you mean. He's like, he was sitting for a bit and just kind of, you know, stewing maybe a little bit.
Well, he's got to be stewing because he had a great opportunity in that last rack with ball in hand, and on the error from the jump shot on CHUA, and then ends up getting in trouble. And Johann makes some great plays, gets out of the rack, right? Continues the punishment. So yeah, I think anybody would be frustrated in that situation. But you got to keep your head cool and forget about that stuff. And he's done it again.
Short. Yep.
Yep. He's done it again. And I could just feel the frustration just, pouring out of him right now. Like,
yeah, he's not getting safe here either.
Yeah. I mean, this is, a player that, for him to win, he has to play his best game. And he's not anywhere close to that right now, playing at his best. And that's what's frustrating. I think it's not that Johann is playing good. It's that he's not playing the way that he knows that he can.
Yeah, for sure.
Johann with a miss on the 5.
But he's going to get super fortunate here.
Yeah. He's playing for the short side shape on the 6, and he got there. And fortunately, the 9 gets in the way of the 5 to block that path. Might have an edge of it here, but not enough to pocket it. So I'm not sure if he wants to hit that thin edge and try to make a safety happen, or if he's going to kick. He looks like he's going for the edge. And he hit the 9 first, so another error from Ba-Man Nguyen, and frustration continues to grow. Hey, as pool players, we can all relate, can't we? I mean,
oh, 100%. It's almost like deja vu at times when you watch these shots where you're like, oh, I just need to make contact, and then you inadvertently hit the wrong ball, and now suddenly opponent's back at the table, running the rack and increasing the deficit.
Yeah, it's just almost impossible to keep your head clean after, things like that are happening. And I'm amazed at players that do have that ability, or at least don't show that they're frustrated anyway. There are some out there that seem to just be immune to that type of thing, but they're really not. They just don't show it. And Johann continues the punishment, going up 6-1. All right. I was watching the table for you, so I knew he was about to break, so I had to cut off the commercial there. Yep. I have the advantage of looking over and seeing them. This is a great break here from Johann. That's the one that he was looking for, but man, still doesn't get any love on the 2.
Yeah, 2-6 might be in play, but even then, cue ball getting position for the 2 after the combo is a bit finicky.
Yeah, safety coming. He's going to be able to bring this cue ball down. Oh, nice. Just a nice little touch shot. So he has given up the 1 rail to the 2. But you know, this is tough action. I mean, I think he's got to come off of this ball and bring the cue ball, you know, into this area here. Didn't get far enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the speed control has been a factor for Ba-Man Nguyen. Another safety coming, looks like. He might have the 2 rub the 7 just a little bit here and play the safe. I don't know. Nope, he's going for the shot. Okay.
Opportunity here for Ba-Man to get in stroke and get back in this game.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I thought it was going to go too far, but it held up. I feel like his speed control he's really been struggling with. Yeah, this turned out okay.
Oof.
Boy. That one was a little unfortunate, catching a point of that side pocket.
I think he's going to have to find the window between the 7-9 now.
Yeah.
Which he does.
Oh man, that was pretty sweet.
Yeah.
I like that shot. You know, I mean, I feel like he's playing loose right now because it's sort of like, you know, sort of like when you get knocked into the B side of a tournament right away or something, and you just play really well because it's just like, yeah, you know.
Right. It's like it's kind of like having a like whatever mentality, but obviously you're still in it, but you're kind of like, I'm just going to shoot. You know, like, I'm just gonna do what I can do and get to work. As opposed to hyper fixating on the exact position and this and that.
Right. And sometimes that works. You get back, you know, you get a couple of racks back and you get back in a stroke, things start working again. Momentum happens, and it shifts. And Nguyen back on, since it was 1-1, so Johann had won 5 straight racks up until that point. And Ba-Man stops the bleeding.
Quick look at some scoreboards around the room at the moment. We have Francisco Sanchez Ruiz currently up 6-0 over To Lian Han. David Alcady on the next table up 2-1 over Nguyen Van Huynh. Oof, the scratch on the break.
Yeah. That's not a good time for that.
Just as he wants to start building momentum, he scratches on the break. Ball in hand here for Johann. And this rack is pretty open.
Yeah, just like you said, it's just he's got the chance to build momentum, and then the car just crashes into a brick wall as soon as he gets a little bit of speed going. You know?
Yeah.
I don't expect we're going to see much in the way of difficult shots. Most of the balls kind of lead towards each other. Nothing is touching a rail. Nothing is close to another ball. barring
Yeah,
some.
the spread
yeah.
itself was quite good, but yeah, just very unfortunate that he scratched.
Yeah.
And for the cue ball to scratch there, it's almost like maybe he caught the one too thin going into the break. Is that, do you think what happened?
I think so. Yeah, I'd have to look at it again, but I think he did catch it a little too thin because it did scratch in that bottom right corner, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
And I
it
don't.
crossed back over.
Yeah, and I don't believe it got kicked in. Either too thin or not enough draw on the cue ball. Oh, goes around the 9. Johann with very, very little pressure on him at this point of the match. He can just kind of relax and do his thing. I got AJ Manis playing on a table that's just like 10 feet away from me. Super impressed with that young man from the Philippines, 18 years old, doing amazing things in pool.
Yeah, currently up 6-3.
Yeah, I love watching him play too. He's just a dynamic player, very respectful young man. Got a chance to talk to him a little bit this week and super impressed and excited to see what the future holds for that young man. Got the chance to be I think, one of the best in the world at some point in his career. If I was to, because I consider, Fedor Gorst when he was 18 as like a phenomenal, player at that young age. But I would say that AJ Manis is better than Fedor was at that age, at 18. And that is solely an opinion of mine, but you're welcome to agree or disagree with that.
Yeah, come on,
Statement.
come on, chat. Let's see. Do you want to roast Patrick on that statement, or do you agree? No, I mean, yeah, he's been playing so well, and like you're saying, at such a young age that his upward momentum is exponential, really.
Okay, so push out from Johann. This is an interesting place to push. I wouldn't have guessed, and this is not one that Win immediately is going to give back. He's got to take a look at this and really figure it out because it's got to kick off the rail. I'm not sure if the 2 is frozen. Apparently it's not. So otherwise that would have been a foul. No problem for that bank shot.
Wow.
Yeah. Johann CHUA is just such a great all-around player. You know, his kicking game is phenomenal. His jumping game is very, very good. His banks are on point. Accuracy, position play. He's really got the whole package.
Look at this shot, finding the angle that he needs for the 5, and he might barely have gotten there. That's crazy. Gonna have the ref watch just to make sure it's a legal hit. Yeah, this is gonna be real close. Well executed. Little thin cut on the 6 into the side here. Should give him pretty good shape on the 7. Oh, went all the way up because he wasn't able to make it on the side. What a shot.
And
Oh,
look at this. We got a little bit of drama here. A little bit of drama. Not happy with that at all. What do you do here, Zach? Jump?
I mean,
He's getting his jump cue.
he is getting his jump cue. That's interesting. So he's going to jump and try to.
Awkward cueing position as well, being seated on the table. Oh my goodness, what was that? And even look at, and even Bahman Nguyen is smiling and clapping because he knows it's like, okay, what can you do, man? I mean, the guy makes a mistake and he pulls off something like that. Yeah, you just got to tip your cap and say, dude, it's not my day. But let's take a look at that shot again. That was absolutely incredible. And I like how he gets out of the way of the camera so we can see it go in just the last second. But oh my goodness, what was that? Incredible.
That's, God,
absolutely incredible.
Yeah, you are now watching a master at work. That's the type of vibe that shot was.
Absolutely incredible. And I'll tell you, I'm really close to the featured TV table over here. We've got a big match going on between KUO Po Cheng and Duong Qua Quang, which is why we don't have the entire country of Vietnam in our match in our chat room, because they're over there watching that one. It is KUO Po Cheng up 6-5 at standing room only. All of the bleacher seats are completely full, and there's a crowd of people standing right in front of me, basically, watching that match.
Really strong break here from CHUA. Got the cue ball up table. 2's wide open. Dusted its feet off as it dropped. But all these positions run really well together. Gonna have to play short side on the 6. But other than that, as long as he gets the nice shape here onto the 5, looking to be a break and run and getting on the hill.
Now 5 to the 6. He got a little flat on this 5 ball. He does have a little bit of an angle. Is he going to play the 6-9? I don't think he would, but based on this angle, he might choose to do that. No, he's going around. Yeah. That's the right way to play it. I would have played for the 6-9 combo there because of, you know, that just getting to that position was, you know, pretty difficult to get through that line, but no problem for Johann. Oh, and he gets both of the balls. Look at this. This guy goes on the hill 9-2, just putting on a clinic now. And Bonmont, there's nothing, you know, he can really say or do at this point. It looked like FSR was waving at us in the camera there, but I think he's, or is that El Katie? El Katie.
Al Katie, yeah.
Yeah, it was El Katie. Looked like he was waving to us, but he was waving for a ref on the next table over. Thought he was saying hello. Thought, well, that's a nice guy.
Seems like he was wanting the ref to inform his opponent of something. Looks like the ref is actually cleaning all the balls now.
Yeah, they might have gotten some skid marks from the pockets. These guys hit those balls in at a pretty high velocity into the back of those pockets. Sometimes they get those black skid marks on them, and now Katie wants them cleaned off. All right, so what do we have here? Is he going to have to go rail first here? Yes. Very similar shot to the first rack that we saw in this match, where he had to go rail first. Gets an unfortunate scratch. A shred of sunlight opens up into the dark tunnel that Nguyen has been in for a little while.
Yeah, he's going to really have to catch a gear immediately to try to get back into this one.
Yeah, and the Martian on TV table, the Martian just ties it up 6-6 versus KUO Po Cheng on the feature table.
So looking okay here. He likely will be bumping this 7 out of the way. I think if he hits this with draw, he can kind of skid the cue ball off of that 7 and back out. Middle table.
Yeah,
Now,
7. Yeah, blocked the path, so he's got to combo this. I'm guessing.
yeah, I think so. I mean, the safety is just too risky at this point. CHUA's on the hill.
Well, yeah, there's really nowhere to play safe that Johann can't make a ball, apparently, because it doesn't really matter where you put him. He's going to make something happen. So, yeah, this is not ideal. Check this with some inside off the bottom rail. Yep. Okay, 9-3. He holds him off for at least one more rack.
From concept to design, it all starts with a blueprint. From launch to achieving legend, to every moment that builds a legacy, universal cues, backed by a world-class factory. We refine feel with science and define performance with precision. Crafting over 2 million cues annually, we stand alongside champions, infusing every stroke with innovation and craftsmanship, universal. Leading the way, power creates the one and only. To win, there is no other distraction.
Nine ball? No. Cue ball. Oh, that time it did get kicked in. It did not go directly into the corner. It got kicked in there after making contact with the 9. And another scratch on break for Baman. And that could be his last shot of this tournament.
Yeah, to the 4 to the 5 is going to be sort of the significant shot in this rack.
Yeah, the 9 ball does loom large in that spot. He's probably going to ask the ref right after this shot to remove the rack, or maybe he doesn't care. He doesn't care. Okay, yeah, this is looking like a match win with these last 3 balls for Johann CHUA to advance to the second round of this stage 2 phase, making it to the final 32 round. These last 2 balls.
Almost came up a little short, but Baman is going to
concession on that, and will end it. So congratulations to Johann CHUA for making it to the final 32, and great job to Baman Nguyen for making it to stage 2 in this tournament. And what an exciting match. I think we got to see a little bit of everything, but that was some fantastic pool. Amazing shots from Johann CHUA to get out of some incredible situations. We got to see how proficient he is with the jump shot, as well as his kicking game and pure run-out firepower.
Yeah, I agree. He really put on a clinic.
And that's going to do it for me. I'm going to be jumping over to another match that I'm going to be commentating. I guess this one ended a little early, so I have a little bit of a break to get something to eat here. And I believe I'll be joining Chris Boatman in just a little while later. But enjoyed, Zach. Thank you very much, Zach, for the great commentary all week today. Is this your last one for you that you're commentating, or do you have one more after this?
Yeah, I've got one more with Sophia switching over to table number 8.
8. Okay, great. Well, good luck to you on that. Hope everything goes well. And again, thank you very much. It was a pleasure commentating with you.
Yeah, likewise. Thank you. And thanks, chat, for checking this out. Go ahead and check out the other tables that we're streaming. Matches are still going on. Go ahead and check out the bracket that's also in the chat. So thank you all very much. Take care.
All right. Thanks and good night.
Introducing EvoSports, the future of live streaming. It's now easier than ever to stream and share your action. We use the best equipment for high-quality HD image. Invite a commentator from anywhere in the world. EvoSports is the evolution in billiards entertainment. Live streaming has never been easier. Simply enter your name, add your race length, and start your stream. Join us on YouTube at EvoSports Streaming or at evosports.live.
For those of you just joining in, welcome to the 2026 4th Universal Chinese Taipei Open. The game is 9-ball, winner breaks. This is a race to 10. They are playing with the World 9-Ball Tour rules, so break box applied and 9-ball on the spot. This is a Stage 2, Round 2 match, which is single elimination. Both of these players made it through the preliminary Stage 1 bracket undefeated. We have Ko Pen out of Taiwan. His Fargo is at 847. And we have KUO Po Cheng out of Taiwan as well, and he is a 796 Fargo rate. Something interesting about this tournament, for all of you that aren't familiar, is that it has always been won all 3 previous years by a player from either Taiwan or the Philippines. My name is Joel Peck, and I will be joined by my partner, Trevor Sickendick. We're both commentating to you live out of Oregon, United States, via the remote commentary from EvoSports.
Yeah, I'm excited about this one. These matches are just going to get more and more exciting as we get deeper and deeper into this tournament, down into the final 32.
Yeah, we're currently sitting at the final 32. The next round of matches will get us into the top 16. And everyone's trying to make the big show, which will then change to a race to 13. The equipment that they're playing on are Rasan Akura tables. They have 4-inch pockets. They're playing with the CPBA Royal Series cloth in gray, and they're using the Dynasphere Palladium balls.
Did you catch the end of that featured table match where Ko Cheng was hill and battling out and came down? Just kind of wondering how it's like to play a tournament where you've got 2 brothers that are also into the final 64 and focusing on your own game while also being conscious of how they're doing.
It's got to be so amazing.
Right.
Another interesting fact is just before this tournament started, in this same location on the same equipment, there was a 24-player invitational. So it was the CT PBA Pro Tour Grand Finals, and Ko Pen actually won that 13-12 against AJ Manis in the finals. He was down 8-12 and came back and won the last 5 games to beat AJ 13-12.
Incredible.
Yeah,
and heartbreaking for AJ in that situation, but what a match.
Yeah, I mean, there's always got to be a winner and a loser, but to come back 5 games, that has to feel great. One of the things we've noticed is it must be a little bit chilly in there. A few of the players you can see are, wearing sweaters in between shots or kind of sitting with their arms crossed a little bit. I know that Patrick, who's one of our commentators / owners on site, mentioned that the sun came out today, but it has been a little bit chilly outside in previous days. And I do apologize in advance for our pronunciation if it's off. We've been trying to use Google Translator to the best of our abilities, but as you know, different dialects. And, the only other language that I barely speak any of besides English is Spanish, and that's not really helping me with Taiwanese. So.
Pulling up the bracket here and kind of taking a look at some of the close matchups that happened in the first round. Had several hill.
Yeah, I know that in stage 1, Ko Pen's first match was 9-3, and his second match was 9-1. Whereas KUO Po Cheng's first match was 9-5, His second match was 9-8, and his previous match to this one was 10-5. I think we might have time for a quick video. This is a pretty cool one. It just it shows the venue, a little bit of the setup.
What a stage. It'd be amazing to be in the room with all these fantastic players trying to battle it out.
Living the dream.
Indeed.
Yeah, it seems like they've been giving each player time to play about one rack in practice. Some of these matches are just finishing up and they're literally going from one table to the next. Where if in the previous match the player won by a margin, it looks like they've had a little bit more of a break. They're given a 2-hour window between matches in this stage of the tournament. So this is a 11 p.m. match for us Pacific Standard Time. So we're running about 8 minutes behind. And then our next slated match is 1 a.m. Trevor and I will be jumping over to the other stream, which is under Falcon Sports. They are covering 4 tables. Looks like they're running some of them in Mandarin and some of them in Japanese. Whereas EvoSports has been running 4 tables and they've been doing commentary in English.
Look at these legs.
Wow. Looks like Kopeny takes it down. This is rack your own, even though 9-ball on the break is a win. I believe they're doing that just because the 9's on the spot.
And the template rack really keeps that 9-ball sitting in place unless something else comes into interaction with it after initial contact. So not really seeing 9-ball breaks that aren't with some manipulation or a stroke of luck.
Yeah, we've talked about it quite a bit. You don't always know where the 2 is in the rack because you're not pattern racking. So we're seeing most players just taking a cut break on the 1, making it in the opposite side pocket. And then you're seeing a lot of movement on the cue ball side to side across the table and sometimes hitting the 9. Hopefully they make the 1 and get a shot on the 2, and ideally making the 9 on the same break. So since Ko's breaking right, we're going to see the 1 ball come into this side pocket on this line. And then we're going to see that cue ball go into the right long rail and smash back into the rack approximately where the 2 ball is on the wing. So the 1 was just a hair off, jawed in the pocket and came out. KUO coming to the table. Looks like a combination potentially 1-3.
Ooh, that's a tough opening look in the first rack. Might be playing safe here and leaving the cue on the 3.
Yeah, hard to tell. I think he was going with the safe, like you said. Great touch.
Yeah, that was pretty creative.
So Kopeny breaking dry and then coming to the table for a potential jump. cut is on to the lower right. That cue ball is going to be moving. Potentially a jump bank, 1-3 combination.
Yeah, lots of distance, but man, the way the top level's jumping anymore, their accuracy has just become almost absurd.
I know the Koh brothers have had a signature jump cue in the past. I'm not sure if that's what he's using or not. They jump like a dream. Are we going to see a potential triple combination? 1-7-5.
I like playing the one through with the cue ball and leaving the cue ball down by the 3 and chipping the one back up table.
Look at this.
Wow.
I don't think he was playing the carom there. His speed was great. Locked him fully on the back of that 3 ball. So step to a table for a jump on the last inning, and now he's looking at a nasty multi-rail kick. I don't think he has enough of that long rail to bend that cue ball.
Yeah, the 8 ball plays in the track for a 3 rail kick at it, I feel. That is quite the spot.
Could he potentially come with something like like the gist, something along that gist? No. Okay, he may be able to bend this ball.
I think he's just going to chip the 3 by the, or the 5 by the 3. Try and tie something up.
Gotcha.
Such a nasty safe that he was just so low percentage to hit the ball, much less. Ooh.
They are playing 3 foul rule. We haven't seen it come into effect on one of our matches yet. We did see a player on 2, Carlo Beato, was trying to 3 foul out Lee, but just came up a hair short. Look at this jail shot. Wow. Came up getting 3 fouled in the first game of the match.
Yeah, and it's creative play too, because it's not even necessarily purely going for the 3 foul, right? Because like he's chipped that 5 ball up high enough that the 3 probably goes now, or at
He's
least
undoing the damage that he did on the previous shot, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if he does get ball in hand, not only will Copenhagen be on 2, but now KUO will have a much better look at a runnable table.
I got my finger on the save button in case he comes with some magic here, because that's what it's going to take to have a good hit on this ball that doesn't sell out the game. I mean, if he can hit this rail off of the second rail coming this way, maybe, but he's not even looking that direction.
Tying up the 3 up onto the 1? No, just kind of rocking the 3 to make it a little bit less makeable.
Yeah, because now the only way he can get the cue ball back in that same location is playing a double carom off of the 1 and the 7, which is maybe a bit much of an attempt to try.
Yeah, I wish we could see how much room he has behind the 5 for the 3 ball. I guess we'll be able to tell by what he does with the 2 if the 3 is even makeable from there. I think he has that 2 fouls, on the back burner somewhere in his mind, but he's looking for the run out. Outside, swinging wide of the 6. Yeah.
think he's got to play 3 rails at this, yeah. Kind of drawing the ball a little bit towards that bottom right corner and letting it track back between the 8 and 4. I mean, you can play with a high inside ball, but that's kind of fraught with peril with that 8 ball lingering there if it doesn't take in time.
Yeah, he's indicating that the 3 goes for sure as far as his actions so far. So he was kind of pointing to this area down in here. Okay, maybe just rubs the 9.
Oof.
Wow, that came out nice. So now potentially just navigating. No, because he doesn't want to get straight on the 4. He needs some kind of angle, right? I think he's going to try and pull out towards him off of the 3, 2 rails, or do you think he's just going to play through that ball and kind of come up 1 rail?
That's such a tight line. Doesn't have a ton of options. I feel like the angle is possible that he can draw out of this and come back where the chalk is by the side pocket, but he's going with the high ball.
So he wanted to make sure that he didn't bump that 9, got through there. But he had a little bit more inside. Now he's hampered by that point and that long rail.
He could cut it to the bottom left. Yeah, that's what he's looking at now and running his cue ball. 2 rails out and into the 3rd rail most likely, maybe even into the 4th.
So you cut that with, it looks like he's back cutting this.
Yeah, it looks like he is back cutting it. Maybe he's tough spot.
Oh, wow, just plays safe. Remember, he's on 2 fouls, so. Oh, if he would have got behind that 7, that would have been amazing. So it looks like there was the verbal exchange of being on 2.
Well, interesting if it's all ball foul, being that close to the 7.
Yeah, I never really thought about it that way, that you're playing 3 foul and you're playing it in a whole different way. Almost like when you're playing golf on the snooker table, where you just start rolling your ball up on your opponents. So is he going for the make, lower left?
Feel like you can take a pretty free swing at it. Have a chance at a 2-way.
Clears his fouls. Nice separation using the 8.
Kick and stick at speed. Let the 4 ball go 3 rails down table. Oh, he could see that edge. I thought he was full hampered.
Look at this. Oh, almost perfect speed. Just needed about 4 more inches out of that 4 ball. I don't think he has enough of the edge to swerve and cut this. We're potentially going to see another thin safe coming off the left side of the 4. Ending up somewhere down behind that 9-6.
He's really loading up with right-hand English.
Well, distance is his friend.
Yeah, especially on these 4-inch pockets, and the stroke required to get back up table for the 5 makes the pocket much more difficult to get it to drop.
I feel like this is a stroke we haven't seen as much in the matches that I'm more used to seeing, is this 2 rail follow. And I wonder if that's indicative of the 4-inch pockets and just how tough they can be. And we see a lot more players playing a low ball here than a follow. Oh, rail first. Look at this. Comes out, clears the 8, but I don't believe he clears the 6. Yeah. Maybe. I think he's going to have to go in behind it. 2 rails. 2 rail kick for the make in the top left. Can he just hold it on the safe, leave him behind the 7-9?
Oh,
Look at that.
goodness.
What a
Yeah.
shot.
Getting a Q tap from a number rated 2 player in the world in the Fargo system is no easy feat. He played that to perfection. Center table for the 5 ball makes that ball very small compared to being near a rail.
The score is correct. It's 0-0. We are off to an amazing start. This has been a great tactical opening game. We've seen kicks, we've seen jumps. Cross bank safes, down table.
Yeah, he did really well from that position to even hit the ball. Didn't sell anything out too easy. I think the cut to the bottom left has a little bit of concern about the side pocket.
He's got to think about the 7. It doesn't look like the 7 plays anywhere except for the top left, maybe the top right. Could he potentially be cutting this 5 ball and going for the breakout on the same shot?
Oof.
You know, something along those lines.
Yeah,
Maybe
he just
maybe he
gestured in
doesn't.
the area you were looking at.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't play the make. Maybe he plays just all cue ball to try and safe him and open that up a bit.
Yeah.
Look at this. Did he play that off of the 8? Wow, pro side.
I do believe he was trying to play the safety you had drawn up, but caught off of the 8 in an unplanned event where it found the pocket.
Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, that 7 ball is still just tough. So even with the jump, he's going to have to jump, draw this, and get back to kind of where he's at. Break out the 9. Oh. Ooh.
Oh, my goodness. Well,
All right.
he stepped over to look to see how straight it was because got a little bit of an angle. He can manufacture some sort of direction off of the rail by the speed he plays. If it does go past the 9, or if he can get access to have it go past the 9, he's going to have to kind of create some speed to get away from the line he's on.
It's amazing how tight pockets can be a blessing and a curse all in the same match.
Yeah.
Might jaw a ball, but then it also spits out a scratch.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like he's going for the reverse bank right underneath him. Or you think he's just playing a nice little touch safe 7 on the other side of the 9 and leaving the cue ball pretty much where the 7's at now.
The distance that's there, it's going to be very touchy. I do believe that's the move he's going for.
I like that so much better. He played a much larger margin for error there, allowing himself to hit the balls a little bit harder.
It looks like Shin is looking to, or was analyzing the 1 rail kick to see if he could kind of interact to get the 9 ball moving by the pocket the cue ball is next to. Looks pretty steep though.
Yeah, I don't envy him here.
No.
So he's going for a 1-rail kick combination, 9 underneath him in the top right.
Gonna see some pace here, I imagine.
Let's see a replay on this potentially. Ooh, just slices it right off. Yeah, unfortunately that 7 leads into that 8, and that 9's a natural. He's gonna have to take his medicine here potentially and take a longer shot on the 8, but having it be right on the rail, it's much more forgiving. Do you try and do anything fancy, or do you just pretty much just roll this ball forward a hair?
I like what he did there. Just keeping her simple. I was taking a look at the chat. We got a poll going for. Looks like EvoSports put in there. Who is your favorite co-brother? Caught my eye. All right, we're about ready to see the conclusion of game 1 after such a back and forth battle, moving and kicking, jumping, a little bit of everything.
Yeah, after a very tight lag, Ko Chen protects his break. We saw that he was just off the mark from making the 1 in the side on the cut break. Let's see if he makes a minor adjustment here. So he was breaking from the right-hand side, so we saw the 1 traveling, and I believe it hit a hair low, just about the point. So let's keep an eye on that and see what happens. We are noticing that the 2 is on the left wing. Keep an eye on where the 2 ends up. Ideally, he's going to make this 1 ball on the side and have a shot on the 2. My lady Toby is watching in the other room at our house. She said that was a 20+ minute opening game. So makes a ball. You can see the 1. If he has all of it, it's going to be very, very thin.
What do? Try and bank just past the 8 ball with the 1 and run your cue ball up near the 3, displaying the lag speed of the 1 ball? Yeah, that's where he just pointed. Gonna bank it right at the template rack.
Yeah, he played a similar shot last rack, right?
Mm-hmm.
He played that high spin cut to the lower right and came all the way down by where the 2 ball was at. Yeah, you have to have really good eyes and control to execute these. I always try and play these super, super thin and completely miss the ball. Backside of the 2. Right on the template rack. Does not look like KUO has the 1 ball unless he goes rail first. And even then, it's going to be iffy.
Yeah,
he's hitting
elevating.
Yeah.
What was
He's
I say?
Swerving around this bad boy. Gets a big old piece of it.
Caught it good and got a favorable bump there at the end to not sell any direct line out of pocket.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the 8's in the way of the bank to the bottom left. Probably just full safety here.
Look how much drag he got off that ball.
Yeah.
Thing came out almost lateral. All right, well, KUO is getting familiar with this 2-ball blocker. So is this 2 rails behind, playing the 1 kick down towards the 2?
I feel like the angle he's at with where the 3 ball is, he might have to be 1 rail at it.
Yeah, good call. Unfortunately, that one didn't come out as nicely. Nothing touching. Has a somewhat natural transition from the 1 to the 2. He's just got to navigate that gap between the 6-9. So is this just 1 rail out, basically back to cue ball shape?
Yeah, I think he's going to be playing it towards the 9 in pathway. Oh no, he did. That's beautiful. They just play so close to the side pockets with such comfortability. It's just incredible to watch.
It's like they've done it millions of times. I just must be nice to play in your home country. I don't know how far they live from the venue, but that'd be cool if some of their fans, supporters, friends, loved ones are there watching them. I know that Patrick was near the feature table and mentioned that they had a crowd of nearly 150 people, standing room only.
It's incredible. Yeah, I'm just connecting the dots now.
Kind of like a small stun here.
Indeed. Yep.
Interesting here. Back up towards that side pocket, right underneath him. Oh no, he went the other way. I like that. That was that drag again.
Yeah.
Man, he gets so much angle out of that.
Yeah, the smoothness and how much reaction it gets, it just really allows it to bite. All right.
See if we can get a
second game.
Get a video from our sponsor. Didn't mean to cut you off there, Trevor. Just trying to squeeze in one of our sponsor videos, Maury Tips. Might as well take the time to thank some of our other sponsors. We have Universal International, Turning Point, CPBA Cloth, Dynasphere Balls, just to name a few. All right, let's keep an eye on that 1 ball again.
Yeah, it's yet to find gravity, but it's only a matter of time.
Sticking with the same side, and he's about a half ball from the right line of the break box. Low. Or no, from our vantage point, high. So he was high of the side for sure on that one.
Got the 9 ball moving pretty far. It got kicked on the pathway, but
it's another rail first swerve here. What a shot. Did you see the spin on that ball?
I did. I'm hitting this replay button save.
Man, talk about knowing your spin versus speed. Looks like a pretty wired combination on the 3-6. Naturally moving away from the 3 ball after collision with the 6. Cue ball heading down towards the template. All right. Now, is he going to go inside, potentially 2 rails to play the 4 in the side? I think he's playing this corner down underneath us on the left. Yeah, much better. I like that. Leads into the 5 a lot better. He's dead still on that.
Yeah. I'm definitely learning a lot watching here this week, especially with Carlos Beato's match last, playing this particular shot, just clearing the 9 and coming well off of that second rail into back into center table.
So he's Zing across for the 7. Leaves himself a beautiful angle to get on the 8. He's making quick work of this rack.
Yeah, looking forward to looking at that opening shot that he made on that 1 here after he cleans up these 2.
Maybe in between this rack and the next one, we can tell the viewers a little bit about EvoSports, how we're commentating this match.
Yeah.
So KUO on the board, 1-2 and breaking.
Yeah, this is a pretty sweet system, EvoSports. If you take a look up just where he's tapping right now, that's the scorekeeping tablet. It's integrated with Digital Pool's tournament bracketing system. So when the tournament director casts a player to a table, it automatically uploads to the tablet. They just click on it and accept the match, and it uploads the names that you see at the bottom of the screen in the scoreboard, and away they go. Live updates to the Digital Pool tournament bracket and the live scoring feature as well, and we're able to commentate from across the world live with very simple equipment, just a laptop and a headset, and be able to be here watching the action. Look out, 9-ball. Whoo.
That 1 ball shot straight in the side pocket, so he's dialed in from the very beginning. That was KUO's first break of the match. Potentially, could we see the 2 ball and then get some kind of angle to play the 3-6-9 combination for the win?
Ooh. Yeah, unless he loads up with inside and tries getting into the 3-ball. That may be the line for the win in this rack.
Oh no.
Wow.
Yeah, it's hard to tell what kind of line is on that 2-9 from here. Acknowledgement of the beneficial outcome of a miss there. You saw the little bit of a hand wave. Oh,
Yeah.
oh, that was a call for the ref, actually. Misunderstood. Maybe it was a little bit of both.
Yeah, this is definitely going to have the nerves in play a little bit here, because that 9-ball feels enormous. And not only just in the interaction to hit the 2, but you can also come off of it and follow it straight into the pocket.
So similar strategy as to game 1 from Copenhagen. Instead of going for a low percentage hit, we saw him just relocate a ball, hoping to slow down the run out. I'd love to see a jersey red here. A little double kiss combination. Oh, it went. Look at that. That was so deceiving. Did you think that ball went?
Yeah, it was really hard to tell. I was just kind of waiting to see it unfold because I was not sure. Here we go again with the. Yeah, man.
Well, I don't know if that ball went without ball in hand. We can go that far, right?
Definitely. I definitely agree with that. Like without like double kissing or having something. Yeah, that was.
Yeah, when you look at how very little of the facing is showing here next to the 9 ball, I guess it was pretty much in the jaws.
So is he going to be trying to come in along this line here?
Yeah, it looks like it to me. 3-rail kick.
Oh, it really opened up off of that 3rd rail.
All right. So Copenhagen's on 2 consecutive fouls. But I don't necessarily see KUO going for the 3 foul here with a open table. But I've been wrong before, and I'm guaranteed I'll be wrong again.
Yeah, I think the intent is definitely going to be for the run out, but if he gets a little awkward at all, he knows that he has that in the back pocket.
And those are some big back pockets. Wow, talk about a stroke there. Did you see that?
Yeah, that's another one of those like stun follow throughs with minimal movement like that. Like your cueing has to be just perfect.
Yeah, that didn't look like just the ordinary center ball.
Mm-mm.
But essentially he accomplished the same thing.
Playing at the.
Oh no. Well, he's going to notify me he's on 2, just in case. I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, I didn't either.
I mean, that was a little funky from the 5 to the 6 too. So
Stunning straight down.
yeah, that's that lateral movement we've been seeing a lot of from Copenhagen.
Yeah, mastering that tangent line, it really can, with small incremental changes of high and low English, you can really accomplish a lot.
Okay. I don't think he's trying to squeeze the 7 in, so looks like a early 9 in the works. Nicely done. 3-1 in breaking. For anyone just tuning in, we are here at the 2026 4th Universal Chinese Taipei Open. This is a final 64-player match. Oh, 32-player match. I apologize. Misspoke there. We are into the Stage 2 single elimination portion of the tournament. This is a race to 10, winner breaks, 9 ball on the spot, and playing with the World 9 Ball Tour rules since this is the first ranking event of 2026. Well, Copenhagen won the popularity poll on the chat on YouTube. Of all 3 brothers, 3/4 of the people that voted like him the best. It must be nice to be the older brother sometimes. I believe when I did some research, he is, look at this,
Ooh.
36 years old. Not only did he just win the CTPBA Pro Tour Grand Finals that happened just before this tournament, he also was first runner-up in this same tournament last year to Jeffrey Rhoda in the finals.
Yeah, I love to see that. Anytime you're in the shot line and you have an opportunity to move without causing distraction to get out of it. Lots of respect in this game. It's great.
I believe I read somewhere that the youngest of the Ko brothers, Ko Peng Han, not only is he playing in this tournament, playing very well, a professional pool player, but he's also a professional dart player. But, who knows what you read on the internet, but how cool would that be? Being able to play at both high levels, kind of like those dual sport collegiate athletes. Gonna see another early 9.
No.
Then combination. Why would you combination for the game when you can just run out, right?
Indeed. And he comes up with a pretty flat angle here to either stun down below the 6 if he's got too much angle, or draw right back to where he's at almost.
Look at that stun. What a great stroke. Lots of praise for the Ko brothers in the chat. Seems like they're all popular.
Man, firing into that tight side pocket from that angle gives me a little bit of anxiety, but he puts it down with no problems.
He's just coming one rail out and playing the 8 in the same pocket, top right. Oh, look at this.
Wow.
What a stroke.
With authority.
Got a lot of really good movement out of that. Well, in the chat, De La Rocha is saying that maybe Ko Peng Yi is the Pole's favorite player, but he feels that Ko Peng Chun is the best player of the 3. I guess people will just have to agree to disagree. Nice to see people taking part in the polls and getting a little bit of more information in the chat.
Yeah, how inspiring, though, to have 3 brothers in the top 100 in the world, and 2 of which are in the top 3. Incredible.
Absolutely amazing. I guess billiards runs in their blood.
Yeah, in Fargo ratings.
I believe I read somewhere also that their father owned a pool room, but I could be wrong there too. So looking for the 1 in the left-hand side. Let's see if he can dial it in. There he is. Connects
9 ball.
and 9 ball. Golden break. We got the replay.
Yeah. Yeah, while he's racking, we'll get a replay of that.
So dials in the 1 in the side and gets the 9 ball break. I didn't have a chance to look and see where the 2 was.
Oh man, there's so many replays on here. I'm gonna see if this is
Trying to not only make this but get back on the 3.
wrong one. Let's go to the other end of the list.
But I could be wrong there too. So looking for the 1 in the left-hand side. Let's see if he can dial it in. There he is. Connects
9 ball.
and 9 ball. Golden break. We got the replay. That 2 ended up a little bit tough for sure.
Wow.
I'm glad he made the 9. Sorry to all your ears. I got a little excited there.
Yeah, currently the replay feature plays back the current commentator audio, and sometimes you gather some excitement in that mix.
All right. Dialing in, made that 1 straight in the side again. 2 came out looking really well for the lower left-hand corner.
I was just chuckling at the chat.
The Hanson brother remark.
Yeah.
Love it. Can you imagine? Like, not only did we play Efren, we all played him. I want to play you guys Scotch triples. That's the only way we'll play. And you all have to play offhanded. Channel your inner John Mora. All right, it does look like the 6 passes the 7. Gets around the 9. Oh, wow. What do you do here?
I think you got to just roll it in and take that medicine that he's kind of looking at. Like, all right, I'm going to put a little dot where he is intending to play position on the 5. I just love doing that when they give us a mark that they're going for, to see the precision that they're able to.
So you're saying he's going to cut the 4 and he's going to go into the long rail and out and end up near the orange dot.
Yeah, that's where he placed the tip of his cue, at least.
Pretty darn close. Like you said, I mean, that's a very, very doable cut here.
Mm-hmm.
Has quite a bit of runway to still get a good look at the 6. Think he's playing this 2 rails out, or is he just playing this 1 rail? 2 rails out it is. Hard to tell if he's straight. Definitely cueing with bottom. Nice control there. Effortless draw. Now we have someone in the chat saying not only are they all very nice boys, but they're all handsome too. So good looks and pool run in their genes. Nothing but praises.
When they play this good, it's just cue ball on a string, making it look so effortless. Looks like we're going to have a player break.
Yep. Let's see if we can bring up another video.
Introducing EvoSports, the future of live streaming. It's now easier than ever to stream and share your action. We use the best equipment for high-quality HD image. Invite a commentator from anywhere in the world. EvoSports is the evolution in billiards entertainment. Live streaming has never been easier. Simply enter your name, add your race length, and start your stream. Join us on YouTube at EvoSports Streaming or at EvoSports.live.
For any of you that are interested, EvoSports is streaming 4 of the tables with English commentary, and you can find 4 more tables being streamed on Falcon's sports YouTube page, and those are usually either in Mandarin or Japanese, I've heard. But that way you can actually see what's going on 8 tables.
Yeah, I'm not missing the action at this level of play. You get to see so much good pool, and I think it's just elevating the sport more and more. The more pool that's being watched and learning from these top level plays, and what's the highest percentage pattern play and style of play. And it comes down to execution and good mindset.
Unfortunately, the loser of this match will go home because we are in the single elimination phase of the tournament. The winner will move on into the top 16. Those matches are taking place this evening. That'll be 1 a.m. Pacific Standard Time for us. So approximately an hour from now, wherever you're at watching. And everyone's trying to make it to the big show, which happens tomorrow. The finals will be a race to 13. The winners of this tournament so far, last year was Jeffrey Rhoda. The year before was Carlo Beato. And the first year was KUO Po Cheng. Looks like Kuo is back from his break. KUO Po need a break, 6-1. The game is 9-ball. Winner breaks. This is a Rasan Akura table, 4-inch pockets, playing on the CPBA Royal Series cloth in gray with Dynasphere Palladium balls. One straight in the side, so that's 3 breaks in a row now that he's dialed in.
3 balls down. The 1, 2, 3 coming at the 4.
So transition from 4 to the 5. Is he potentially going to cut this and come 2 rails out? Something along this.
He gestured it trying to come underneath of the 7.
Wow. So coming all the way down table, down towards the 8.
Mm-hmm.
I like it.
Yeah, because he kind of gestured his cue to be kind of having it come off of this line, off of that second rail. Big opening shot. Look at the precision there.
Wow.
Right where he drew it up, the speed was a little bit.
Gosh, Trevor, you hit that so good.
I love it when a player maps out the table and I can just say, this is what he's going for. And then when they hit it right along their line, shows the true skill of the players at the table.
I can't tell if he's back cutting this ball or not. I guess that's the answer. Hold up. Just a side to side. Leaves himself an angle on the 7 to get back for the 8.
Yeah, I think he's got to play with a little bit of inside English.
Yeah.
Just take that side pocket he's standing next to out of the equation.
Leaves himself an awesome angle. I don't think we're going to see that lateral stroke that we've seen out of him a couple times now. This is going to be more direct into the rail, right? And he's just going to try and get down above the 9.
Yeah. Right at the second diamond. Absolute perfection.
Making it look so easy. Well, and he's really running away with this match. I never would have guessed after that first game that the score would be a 7-1.
Yeah, and just the pace of play with how many safeties they were playing. KUO Po Cheng's been on 2 fouls in 2 separate occasions and still is the one sitting at the 7-1 lead. Just goes to show the power of kind of, sometimes pushing balls into more difficult positions can be the way to give yourself a chance at a rack. But then you got to still have the kick game to get yourself back into it too.
I would never walk away from this match saying that KUO didn't play great. I mean, the
Right.
only thing that really comes to mind was that missed ball in the side pocket. But other than that, I mean, he's played strategic. He's made amazing shots. He's played great defense. I mean, for the score to reflect 7-1, to me, that's the interesting part about watching a bracket as opposed to watching a match.
For sure.
Because if all you see is the score, it doesn't necessarily reflect what's happening on the table. It's just showing the end result. So
Yeah.
Here we are, made the 1 in the side. Has a great look at the 2, nothing touching. The way he's been playing, I mean, this is one thing we're seeing is maybe having to make a potential 4-8 combination.
This angle on the 2 ball and the lay of the 7 looks very, very memorable from the last rack. Doesn't have to move the cue ball as deep, but
yeah, he's just about a half table closer to the 2, right?
Yeah.
So plays the middle side of the 7 this time instead of going behind it.
What incredible speed control.
So we're going to see a cross table shape. Oh, wow. He was able just to stun that. Almost no movement. So the 4-8 combination does come into play. Look at his demeanor at the table now, his pace.
Yeah.
He's starting to get into that, not autopilot, but just the comfortability mode where you can see you can taste the finish. He knows the balls are doing what he wants them to do. Even just the speed of the chalking.
Yeah, in total flow state, just kind of knowing what to do and getting down and making it happen without any other thought.
What names have we heard for that over the years? Dead stroke, dead punch. Any other
Lights
ones
out.
come to mind? Playing lights out, jam up.
Yeah.
Cue ball on a string.
Playing out of their mind, it's a state that we all may have experienced as pool players from time to time, but the length of time that he is exhibiting right now is just a sight to behold.
So Ko Pen-yi, 2 9-balls away from making it into the top 16 of this 2026 4th Universal Chinese Taipei Open. Looking for the 1 in the left-hand side pocket. Keeping an eye on that cue ball. Seeing if it crashes through the rack right about where the 4's at. Got the 1. 2 heading up table. Unfortunately, it has a few balls in between that and the cue ball. Probably going to see a push here. So where do you push, Trevor?
Might actually. I don't want to leave anything up table unless it's a jump. That's where he's thinking, is going over by the 6 for a jump.
So pushing it into a jump over 1 ball instead of 3 balls.
Right. Same distance, just less hurdles.
We've seen both players jump, so we know they're both adept with the short cue. Now do you think KUO is jumping this with draw?
I think the intent is probably just to take the make and then have a safety to play. Oh, cue ball. Ooh.
Yeah, I wonder if he's actually hitting that with release to play like a follow 2-rail out. I mean, I think at this level, these guys aren't just jumping with no English. A lot of times I'm seeing them jump with draw or follow, right or left. I mean, they're at a whole different level.
Yeah.
Potentially going to slow roll this in the side and bump the 9.
Oof, that's nervy.
What about playing it down in the top right corner past the 6?
That's what he was just lining up, or at least sighting down to see if it goes.
Yeah,
For position, I think that's a better shot, but difficulty floating that down in there is no joke.
or just safe.
No.
Nothing wrong with that.
Keeping the pressure tight.
Yeah. 3 balls of separation. So are you kicking 1 rail for the make? You're going to try and kick 2 rails to catch that short rail first before you hit the 2?
Yeah, I kind of think kicking towards the gap is always kind of a tricky scenario. I like catching that second rail. I just feel like it yields a lot of really good results. Ooh.
Oh no. I think he was playing the kick safe there, coming across the top of the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe trying to send the 2 up towards the bottom right pocket here.
That's interesting with the pressure that's being applied. Sometimes you kind of try and do a little bit more. Sometimes that can not be the result you were looking for. Leaking out safeties or missing balls all the way, trying to do a little bit too much.
Yeah, I feel at this level, if you're kind of getting timid or complacent and trying to do too little, it's almost not honoring your game, I feel like they're so used to playing so precise, so much plan, that when you just kind of say, I'm just gonna hit this ball, or I'm just gonna jump this ball, that's just not true to your game. Me, on the other hand, that's my whole game in a nutshell. Okay, so KUO Po Cheng is trailing 1-4 from the chat. Thank you, De La Rocha. More praises for KUO Po Cheng as well. Fortunately, we're not able to interact with some of the other comments, being in a language that I don't speak or read. I'm sure they're all just amazing thoughts and compliments for this level of play that we're seeing.
Did you get straight enough on this to be able to draw straight back and not have to interact with the 7? Wow.
Absolutely. I love when they answer your question with a beautifully executed shot. So is he going to play the 7 in the same pocket that he just played the 5? Or is he going to draw back again and play the 7 in the top right?
I think he has the angle just to roll forward or hold right there nearby it. Yeah.
Yeah. So top left. Left himself angle, but he's not, doesn't look to be super steep, so I have to put something on it. Nice execution. Right on the kitchen line. Gorgeous control. Look at this. Cue ball on a string.
Yeah, the cue control and the cue power right now is just without flaw. Gets to the hill first, Hoping Yi is going to be breaking for the match to get himself into the final 16. But this level of play, like one dry break and, that momentum can change. I mean, it's a huge deficit right now, but does not mean that we've never seen a 9-game streak comeback. It's rare.
We were just informed on the chat that if we were using the chat on our computer, we could right click and that it would translate for us. But unfortunately, we're running the chat on our personal phones and then we're doing the commentary on a computer. So that's something I'll have to look into for the future. But thank you so much, Jason. I appreciate you. And then there was a couple people complimenting us on our commentary. Thank you for the praises as well. We're just here enjoying pool. Trevor and I are both low 600 players, so nowhere near this speed, but absolutely love the game and look forward to getting better, like hopefully most of you. Yeah, thank you to EvoSports for putting out this free stream. So cool to be able to see multiple matches at one time or go back and see them instead of just being limited to like one feature table.
Yeah, it gives you options, right? As a viewer, you get to be selective, maybe seeing your favorite player play a little bit more often with more tables being streamed.
Trevor and I have a great opportunity after this match. We're going to be moving over to table number 7. You can find that on the Falcon Sports YouTube page. That'll be a top 16 match, and it starts here in about 45 minutes. Oh no.
Wow. Okay. He is human.
I don't know if I'd go that far, Trevor. Come on.
Just barely. Just barely.
Stellar play. All right,
I mean,
KUO. Let's see it. 9 and out. I'm rooting for you. Commentator bias at its finest. Winner breaks. The world is your oyster. You got this. Beautiful shot. In and out.
it needs
Oh,
to
wow.
go cold.
Ooh, ooh.
Edge of the ball. He might have to play the bank here.
Or safe. 3 rail out, safe, and just leave him on the back of the 9. Oh no, he had it. Look at us.
Yeah, I think he shot a tiny swerve shot with a bunch of outside to get that to go.
Remember that swerve shot from earlier?
Yeah.
Full length table, just judged it absolutely perfect. This is the one that counts right here.
Look how still he is.
Oh
my
no.
gosh.
Well, he played a good cue ball there. Kopenier coming to the table for the match. Up 9-1. Race to 10. This 9 ball will solidify his berth into the top 16 of this 128 player tournament. 4th year that they posted it. What a shot.
Incredible.
Absolutely stellar play.
Yeah, it'll be exciting to watch how he progresses through this tournament because there was very little mistakes from his side.
Once again, thanks for tuning in. We hope you enjoyed the match. Depending on where you're at in the world, there is going to be another series of matches here starting in about 45 minutes. I do believe you have 8 choices of tables. So you can either go to the EvoSports YouTube page or the Fulcan Sports YouTube page. That's FULLCAN. And all of those matches will be commentated. Trevor and I will actually be on table 7 on the Fulcan Sports page, and we hope to see you there.
Yeah, thanks for all tuning in. Pleasure, Joel. We'll catch you guys on the next one.
Absolutely. Congratulations, Copenhagen. Way to make it into the top 16.
我有看到。哦，你那个真的很好笑。
各位线上球迷朋友，大家好！哇，这一场我们的越南，这个应该要称作，应该算越南教头了，因为他在越南应该是有非常多的学生，现在以6-2领先柯秉中。那我们待会准备要邀请到2位柯氏兄弟的粉丝，2位最强国小生陈柏君以及李子玉，他们要搭档联手为大家带来精彩的奖品。请观众们不要太紧张，因为他们比你们更紧张。
你怎么知道？
大家一起给予鼓励。第一次邀请到2位，一位小学5年级，一位国中1年级的小球迷，准备进到转播室。相信可以帮秉中带来一点好运。这场球必须要逆转，不然明天的双科对决就要错过了。秉中如果获胜，没意外应该是8强要对战柯秉一。我发现这一台都是越南的粉丝，越南的观众特别多。他们不会，大家有任何问题都欢迎留言区询问。看2位 KO 铁粉一进来转播室，对手马上就跳球起来，机会来了。看起来秉中在这场赛事前半段状况应该不是太好，2-6的落后。这把球右上角的56C， 还需要一点点细腻度、有变数的球质。要讲话要靠近那个麦克风，待会再让你们自我介绍，慢慢讲，把它讲清楚。秉中这个6号做到这里是有一点点的尴尬的位置。好，选择做防守，这个选择我觉得是没有问题的，而且效果应该不差。当然，希望是打到整颗，对于对手的压力来讲会比较大一点。
捕手啊，宇昆凌现在是
好，那我们准备邀请我们的2位小球评，国中1年级的李子玉以及小学5年级的陈柏君，要跟我们一起带来转播。各位 KO 粉丝们，多多给予鼓励，也一起帮秉中加油啦！尝试来逆转这场球。只能说这一位越南的资深选手，真的也是非常有竞争力。好，我们欢迎最强小学生组合柏君跟子玉。好，那现在的麦克风应该是好。 那你们要讲的时候就靠近一点点平板这样子。好，那你们跟大家说一下，大家好吧？
大家好，我是陈柏君。大家好，我是李子玉。
没有问题。大家也可以听一下他们的收音，看清不清楚。如果太小声的话，跟我们讲一下，我们再及时做调整。好，那就简单来一个小考。请问这个9号球要做左上角还是右上角呢？
右上角89同带。
很棒，2位选手作答成功，一人先给60分。还有第2题，3-6，有带好运哦。
下一题是金币。
现在比数是3-6，我不会问那么烂的问题。3-6咯。好，那下一个问题，请问丙中待会的冲球会进几颗？
进2颗，1颗。
1号会先进，对不对？
对。
好，那我来看到底是2颗还是1颗？
绝对是2颗，绝对是1颗，绝对是2颗啦。
会不会是
绝对是1颗？
会不会是3颗？
也有机会。
也有机会。好，那我就觉得是3颗。
陈柏君绝对讲错，李子玉绝对是讲的最烂的。
果然是小学生组合。EvoSports 这个平台就是这么的，我们讲的亲民化，任何人只要你有热情、你有兴趣，都有资格可以成为这个平台的球评。只要经过简单的注册手续，大概5分钟之内就可以注册好一个账号。那像现在的小学生刚才他们只是刚好来到现场观赛，那其实他们也对撞球有一定的理解跟热情。
看好准备2颗，
邀请他们来跟大家一起转播，
一定是1颗。
好，我们来看哦。我们一位小球评说这个冲球会进2颗，一位说1颗，我觉得是3颗。看看结局。
必须是2颗。
哇，结果正确答案是0颗哇！那2位小球评就要检讨一下，预测错误。好，那我们来看一下这个1号球。2号球在集团球中间，如果是你们的话，你们会怎么处理呢？好，我们子玉先回答。可以讲一下你的看法。这颗1号，
我看法1号球打进之后再做防守。
好，所以母球是想要放在左上角的位置吗？这个范围？
对。
重点是1号先稳稳打进，没有问题。好，子玉讲的跟
这球也可以29碰中带，
也是，也是一个想法。
这中带我不会过啊，也可以打带。
你们要发现哦，这个9号中带是有保险球的哦。没错，所以子玉讲的这个29碰借中带其实很合理，讲的非常好。那但是进不进就要看看，一边看要一边学哦。不能只顾着搞笑哦。刚才讲到的这个9号，如果往这边走，9号只要摸到洞口的这个球，基本上就进了。所以我们的越南好手绝对会尝试来这个29碰。好，过头了，这对丙中来讲是好消息。为什么呢？
因为3号球打不到。
没错，很简单，因为3号球打不到。好，那换博君。博君，如果是你的话，你会怎么处理这颗球呢？
我会可以画路线，
而且我帮你们画。
先解到再说，然后先解到再说。
那你这样子就有一点点的消极。解到是不是我们可以有一个预设，是把母球放在球台上方，对不对？然后3号灌下来，希望在这边，这应该是心里可以有的一个预期。但当然，先解到是很重要的。那你们的球技越来越厉害，就会越来越有这个解到面、解带雕的几率。抢10的比赛，这场比赛还久哦。有没有可能解到定杆呢？
解到定杆就是。
有解到定杆，但是3号球挡住。
3号敲到9号。
好，子玉。
4号球可以2颗星，可以4号球2颗星就可以。
很棒， 2颗星是有机会带开的，对不对？大概是这样子的路线，
也可以3颗星，
走短一点点，没错，反正就是往这个方向走过去，去带开。
最好是塞在他们。
2位小朋友讲的这个带开路线都相当的正确哦。
有。
哦，他是不是走太长了？
哦，没错。
好，那我考一个考题，子玉先回答。请问他是太低杆还是不够低杆？
它是太高杆，
太高哦，就是不够低杆的意思，或者说右塞的旋转不够。2个可能性，正确。那这颗球可以做防守吗？我们来看看。
如果
这张球桌是没有上方进
这球如果 K 到6号球的话，就 safe 就变 safe。
哎，那这个是谢谢还是谢谢？
以科比中来说，应该是算谢谢。
没错。
以我来说的话，就是 safe。
很好，讲得好。
以我们2个来说的话，绝对是 safe。
子玉很谦虚哦，我觉得
我们2个
你们要有信心。
准度不好。
你们如果这个年纪准度都不好了，那还有什么好的呢？准度要先好，对不对？1颗星哦，哇！掌声鼓励。好，这一颗简单的准度了，虽然说是要掌声，但其实对他们来讲都是基本球。好，来这一题考博君，博君这颗球你会怎么处理？
我会看角度，有可能推杆反塞1颗星，然后也有可能推杆右塞反3颗星。
很好，我个人觉得应该比较可能这个方向。他这个母球有在球
是中间会最好。
错，哇，这个球
车祸！
现在我们先不管丙中是不是形成吊球，来问你们，请问这颗球为什么会走到差一点自掉？什么原因？
走太浅。
走太长还是走太短？
太低杆。
哎，很好，子玉讲到一个，第一个可能太低杆，或者右塞太多还是太少？
太多。
没错，太多。2个综合性的因素。
我还会过哎。
掌声鼓励，这颗就值得掌声。小声，因为我们离掌握桌很近，然后打扰到他，没事。好，那这盘球要最后一局哦，你们2个幸运星带来好运哦。
老球没打，如果他没打进的话，那陈柏君1个月不打球。他没吃完的话，陈柏君1个月不打球，没有问题的。
好，请问这个8号球，
我相信他。
你们现在画面上看到的角度会怎么处理？哇，他低杆哦，简单的1颗星，
厉害。
你不觉得他这颗球就修正的想法很简单，但是做的很好，还带一点左塞，用很柔顺的低杆跟左塞来修正。
做球线跟击球线是
重叠的，很棒。
水平，
没错，我们尽量讲重叠，重叠比较好。这是什么意思呢？就是说刚才9号球在这里，好 ，sorry， 画一个圆形好了。刚才9号球的位置是在这里，好，小小的，这是9号球，所以呢，它的进球线是不是就是长这样子？好，这是进球线哦。那刚才丙中他打一个低杆拉，从这里过来，转出来。好，大概是拉出这样子的线，对不对？所以你会看到这个蓝色的是做球线，红色的是进球线，2个是重叠的，或者我们说比较水平的。所以是不是假设落在这里、这里、这里，其实都可以打，容错率非常的高，这就是一个非常好的路线选择。所以其实对丙一、丙中这些一线选手来讲，这种路线选择都会很正常。但是我们平常在打就有可能脑袋不清楚就会选错，没错。要慢慢的学习。我看起来你们来之后应该丙中会直接打到10局。有这个机会。
我觉得他这盘会大摸。
我觉得
没大摸的话，陈柏君那个
又有陈柏君的事。
我觉得先跟林子玉的事好了，因为上一次是我的。
陈柏君把球杆折断。
请问这盘会进几颗球呢
？2颗。
我母球算吗？
又是一个没进，怎么办？
检讨再检讨吧。
你们2个在检讨，还是他检讨？
我不知道。
你检讨，丙中不用检讨。
这个要打一 推杆。
他瞄的是一个推杆哦，那很犀利哦。哇，
球。
掌声鼓励，这颗是很有水准的。
车祸。
好，又有题目可以考你们。这一颗2座3 3号在右上角，子玉，你觉得会是怎么样的路线呢？要闪还是不要闪呢？
去瞧。
去瞧8号吗？还是瞧左上方那一颗
？7号。
好，是这样，去敲它。
哎呦，
哇，
没瞧
它更加的细腻。这颗打得很好哎。好，陈柏君，这一颗3座4，你会怎么修正呢？有点尴尬的角度哦。
推杆右塞，走2颗，
并没有。
哎，蛮直的
他选择低杆1颗星都可以，你推杆右塞也有它的道理。那你要想哦，你的推杆2颗星是从这里出来，那你会发现这个落点其实不太舒服，对不对？它的角度4做5会很难，所以我们想到第3颗球的话，它的低杆1颗星就比较合理一点。往前推就做到了。你们进场后的记录要被打破了，本来以为对手再也拿不到1局，现在有点危险。
没关系，
没关系，先安慰一下丙中。距离10局还有一段距离啊，所以这一局就算是因为冲球没有进掉了。
现在差2局而已，你看。
你们2个真的是幸运星呢。
只是帮丙中多吃几颗球。
这个
这样说不定
没有吃完的
丙
话，子玉就把他的 Q take 折断。
为什么是 Q take？
以后有可能会有环球，但是目前是 Q take。我们2个一样，目前都是 Q take，但是以后也有可能是环球。
好了，这球就拉一点点掉，定杆也行。
感觉子玉的 Q take 保住了，
必须的。这种球单手。
哇，从我们的最强小学生组合进场之后，对手连这个基本的7号球都出现了失误，他摇摇头。
6号。
啊，6号。啊，代表对手的压力也慢慢浮出了。其实比赛就是这样，你看丙中的2比6，本来气势很差，最后2局气势有点起来，对手的压力就出来。正常来讲，这个6号球根本就是一个，它是送分题了，但是压力来就一切都不一样。现在丙中5比6，讲真的，已经不占任何弱势哦。
加上他现在先冲球。
没错，胜者冲球，而且丙中只要冲球冲得好，大魔几率都是很高。
我觉得他会冲进2颗。
然后大魔。
对，然后大魔。
好。
我觉得会冲进2颗，然后母球1颗星去撞9号，
然后又大魔。
啊，结局。
但是你没有说要敲9号。
我的这样。
但我觉得并不会敲球，因为你的好像是这个。
上面写。
啊，是我的。
好，再看丙中的冲球，前2盘真的都没有冲得很好，这一盘要再来修正一下。
绝对是冲进2颗啦，但应该不会去敲球。
我觉得会，
我觉得不会。买1颗要买2颗，我觉得2颗。因为你看有没有预言家？
这个冲球
只冲进1颗而已。
看起来像是放弃1号的进球，所以就很大力的灌下去。但是来说，你们的预测好像要成功了吗？
这一盘有机会来大摸，
也是非常有机会。这球对他来讲的话，那绝对是大摸球型，但对我来讲的话，那个
绝对是
失误完，
是失误球型。
有没有给对手大摸的球型？
好，那个2颗星准度要先过好。
2做3，
没有问题哦。
5做6，
5做6就定杆就好了，定杆6号中带，然后7号。
定杆过得了，
定杆过得了啊，中带6号球中带。啊，有点大。
行的，
可以啦，
他修正能力那么强，
真的，那你们要好好的学习一下。修正能力是职业选手最厉害的地方。
再来个2颗星，打了一个很柔的刹车。
哦，角度不错。
100分哦。好，我来问你们，如果你们这个4做5，你们会把母球放在哪个区域呢？
就是中袋，
尽量做
就中
直一点，
中袋
然后
那边。
定杆做6号的中袋。
这球定不住
是其中的想法。如果做直的话，
一颗星。
那你们看他这个力道就是直接抓潜水。
对，
抓潜水，他就是想要
1颗星去
，sorry，
1颗星去敲7号整颗吗？
撞球基本上
感觉底袋不会
对啊，
基
对，感觉
本上就不太可能去选择敲球了。敲球它的风险都是高的。
尾袋会过吗？尾袋
他做这样子，如果不会过的话，他就不是科比撞，对不对？
如果真没吃完的话，
你们不要再一直说同一句了。你们的球杆已经断很多支了，还没是不是？
还听到响带。
好，那这个角度太直的话，还是得直接拉哦。力道的控制问题不大。
有偏大。
你们知道什么是用退的跟用拉的吗？
退的就有点用钝的，
还有点笨的那种拉，
对，
我们有点像退。所以你看刚才这个拉回来，其实它不是拉回来，对，它是退回来。在短距离的拉杆，母球跟直球不要离太远，像刚才一样的时候，退都会比拉好，也好控制，它不会走得太快，然后失控这样。简单来讲，就有点像你们讲的钝拉的味道。啊，陈柏君啊，我今天晚上要带着你睡觉。怎么睡呢？床很小啊。
陈柏君睡地板。
我睡浴
可以
缸。
我睡地板没问题的，我到哪里都好睡。
地板可以随便滚，很自由。好，6比6。诶，那你们是不是觉得这个越南选手应该是暂停喊完？不然为什么6比6他不喊暂停呢？我猜是喊完，不然就代表他的个性很硬。
我猜应该是
怎么样就是不喊。
那个对手在哪一局后，他应该还会再喊，他才会喊。
这是 WNT 办的比赛，
好像那个。
之前河内公开赛可以喊2次，就是看你要喊几次都可以。河内。
你们2个聊天也直接靠近平板没有关系，让大家知道你们在聊什么。不要再说要折球杆了。
卖球。
6比6哦，顶中已经好几盘没中。
哦，有3颗呢，3颗。
哇！但是母球的左塞转上去了。
没关系啊，这球准一下就好了。他平常在打中8台呢。
如果3号，
你们讲的没错。
3号过境推下去，
这盘绝对大摸了啦。
如果这个球还可以稍微抬高杆尾的话，母球可以走一个很有信心的横抬啊。但是这个难度就很高。但如果顺推就变成是往这个5-9去敲。
就别敲太
下平杆哦，应该是可以闪过5-9了。哇，敲这样可以吗？
有没有？没进。
结果3号没进，
错过了这个大摸的机会。
但是运气还不错。
那你们知道为什么这个3号会刚好打在外角上？有什么原因？
因为那个你送好一点，还是有可能会滑进去。
也可以这样讲。但是我想要跟你讲的是，为什么这个3号会打在外角上？因为他想要投后一点。那为什么他想要投后？
投薄吧。
投后。
刚刚是薄啊，
没有外角是打到这边呢。
外角是我说的外角是这个，打到这个角。他是打太薄，是不是？他是打太薄，那就没办法。刚才本来是想要说，他为了怕母球敲到5-9之后形成自雕，所以他有在闪那一个自雕的壳，所以去抓这个3号的厚薄度，所以才产生失误。 你们觉得这一颗怎么样？
这一颗
左上角会进吗？
绝对会，绝对会进，但是
哦，
我觉
你是说
得，
会过，但是
对，会
它不一
过，
定会进，是
对
这个意思吗？
对，没错。
哦，你们还是在偷偷帮科室加油，对不对？可以，我支持你们，帮台湾选手加油，绝对是 OK 的。
哎，
哇，很稳健的做防守，有守好吗？
没有，
这有没有进入丙中的射程范围？
有，
没错，相信他绝对是有信心的。那这个球固进的话，也没办法下什么干防。横台之后留在球台，这个范围。哇，我们主桌的比亚都慢慢在追分哦，4-8，昆凌要扛住压力了，非常期待昆凌拿下这一场激烈的对战。
哎，你看有，
哇，这个准度做球没有问题啦，但是4号球是放枪了，这样就比较危险咯。
以对手的状况来说，应该是吃不完的问题。
博君这一句讲的很专业哦。那他会不会很有压力？这时候他被追平，会不会拔杆？
也有可能，
也有可能哦，没错。
还有
你看
应该
这颗
还有
说就拉太少，
还有
但其
相当
实
多的变数。
这颗要说它拉太少，也不能这样讲，它本来就抓比较少。为什么？因为这个推杆2颗星，
固进就下去。
对，没错，其实就是固定杆。当然他应该是想多拉一点点，
这压力大的，
没
而
错
且，又深。
这确实是会有压力。毕竟面对的可是我们的丙中啊。好，那他可能要回领先优势了。
就刚好做到潜水的位置，
没错，
刚漂亮。
你看，他就算这么简单的8做9，他还是有把球杆点在他想要的位置。你们有没有看到那个动作？
有。
就是这个意思。就是再简单的球，
哪里
你都要很仔细的去处理。该仔细要仔细，才不会大意失荆州。7-6啊，他要回领先。这是你们进来转播室之后他拿的第1局。
没关系，
他就拿1局就好，不要再拿。
你这样把它插住。
等一下给他连摸3。
丙中，子玉跟博君，请你插住，胡一个连摸3。但丙中这场球看起来确实冲球状况比较差，还是要帮他的冲球集气一下。刚才丙中的冲球状态都不好，我们看一下对手，越南的非常资深的好手，应该也算是科氏兄弟的非常好、非常亲的，甚至可以说是赞助商。
看一下对手的冲球。
我就会冲进2颗。
我也是觉得。
你们对对手的冲球这么有信心？
然后补球会很台。
哇，冲得很好，木球期待哦，还是偷偷诅咒了一下。
但是2号是没有进攻路线。
好，那就来了。来，请问你们有没有想到什么好的防守路线呢？赶快动动你的脑袋。
防守应该会打2号保球，让母球下去。
保2号左边。
你们都会想要让母球走这个方向，对不对？
对。
好，这是绝对是其中一个可以的想法。那你看哦，我觉得我们来看看。个人觉得这一颗也是没那么简单啊。好，那这样子我们就学一招了，把2号球打得很准从，这应该是
左手跳球
4号跟
6号，
没错，4-6中间穿越，所以这样子相对你们刚刚的路线是不是就更有威胁性？但你要更细腻了，是因为他打得很准。
准度是相当好。
我们的1993的施宝哥抓到博君在这边当球点， 没想到博君年纪轻轻就已经从选手转为球评。博君10岁就在走我22岁走的路，真是不容易。还有子玉一起，宝哥还推荐卤肉饭给你吃，你看宝哥对你好不好？我晚点有机会的话，再带你去吃。
没问题。我觉得会。
博君开心的嘞。
如果他没吃完的话，那个陈柏君他等一下就不能吃卤肉饭。
没错，这场丙中啊，我们不能这样讲，不能诅咒丙中。
丙中赢的话，
丙中赢的话，我们就吃卤肉饭庆祝。
对，然后
陈柏君请。
没错，
然后如果对手赢的话，还是要去吃，来发泄一下。
你就只想吃卤肉饭。
没错，卤肉饭是 No.1。
我们落袋的人也都很喜欢吃卤肉饭。
如果刚才丙中的失误是是接球，只能说对手这个防守确实是有威胁性。你看一个成功的防守，就算是面对丙中这样子的顶尖好手，一个防守就可以让他拿到进攻的优势。所以绝对不要在赛场上只想着贸然的进攻，这个要学一下。
会不会？不会，做的有角度，
可以接受了，但是角度确实是有点小，看看有没有拔杆的可能性。
顿出来，
哇，
相当
稳哦！我还听到响带声，
拿得很好。那个8号就算做太直，问题也不大，但当然会想要低杆多一点往回退。好，就是放到一个比较直的位置，待会要直接往回退。哇，没有想到我们进来国小生组合，进到转播室，丙中连拿4局之后，越南好手连拿2局要回领先。
看起来是没有问题的。
完全没有问题。你看他们在瞄最后一颗的这个运杆节奏、爬下来的节奏都很稳定。我觉得这就是你的缺点之一，对不对？9号有可能打下去就站起来，就我理解。你会发现这些人虽然很厉害，但他们不会具有一些晃神啊或者太大意的状态。8-6，赶快帮丙中记起一下。这一盘算是越南好手的处理球非常优秀。我们的卡罗比亚都持续的追分呢，5-8哦，差3分，昆凌会有点压力哦。刚才应该是8-2，
刚刚是
8-1，
哎，8-1还
应该是8-2啊！哇，8-2现在打到现在8-1。8-5确实慢慢压力就会浮现。只能说比亚都不愧是当今世界排名第2的选手，绝对不是这么好可以一波把他带走。
对，8-2。
还有8-6咯，珍惜你们的转播时间啊！你们觉得还有几局呢？
我觉得还有，
我觉得1、2，
我还
有4
局。
就是丙中可以拿4局。
对，
没错，你们一定会带给他好运的。
相信大家想看的是强。
那这会不会是一个没有球进的，还是洗带？
绝对没进。
绝对没进。
绝对拉一颗星洗中带。
好，我们来看看。
或者是冲带包下去。
但是如果是专业的球评，我们就不能这样子
诅
咒他们。
还这个洗带，
哇！
可恶
2位球评非常用力的祷告，
竟然中奖。
但是结局是形成一个可以有机会继续进攻的球型哦。好，这颗2号球准度要求非常的高，打进之后，假设是选择进攻啊，打进之后看可不可以跑到右半边，待会来切这个3号球，还是说抬高杆位把球横移回来呢？甚至想要往回修正。我个人觉得这个杆法会比较勉强。
结果运气很好。
挥手不是抱歉，而是老弟你还得练。
讲得很好。
还是
你们就是网络影片看太多了。挥手代表这颗球我还能再打5次，
或者是再练5年呢？
对，再练5。
不守土。
果然是老板。
队员攻好。
哇，这个解球，哦，解下方一颗星。这个球其实蛮危险，希望是可以把中袋这一颗6号球解进。
7号。
哦，7号球，所以这颗解球的力量基本上不会太小，也需要一点球运啊。这一颗很难不靠球运。亲力想要做防守。
哇，
哇，
好球！
哇塞，
好球，好球！
哎，小心，外面还在打啊，轻轻的，轻轻的，因为外面有可能在很紧张的时刻。球评开始激动。哇，你们这样拍一拍，如果这颗刚好可以过，你们不就白拍了吗？
不会的。
啊，你们真的白拍了。
怎么可以？
糟糕了，你们2个。
哎，太直。哎，好
刚好
像还有
可以。哇，那这就是
没关系，反正7号球很难打。7号球不知道有没有贴不贴会中袋考。
我知道5号球左上角
绝对会过，
可以过，
绝对可以过。
那关键应该会在左边贴颗星，这一颗是6号球吗
？7号。
我是7号。糟糕，我的眼睛是越来越差了。糟了，真的认不出来。好，接下来是5号球。
6做7不好做。
这个。
那你们看哦，假设待会放在
这球也可以低杆去 K7号。
这是中发才会。
那你们知道为什么要把母球放到这个方向？现在它就非常的方便。
做小面。
拜托太直。
带一个中杆推一个左塞。
拜托太直，再上来。
对，再上来。
再上来，再上来。还有变数哦。
其实这个球太直，反而不一定不好。他做到现在角度，反而对他来讲不是件坏消息。为什么？他这样把那个中低杆合理出来。
我觉得你今天会进吗？
这个方向。
你会进吗？这一颗？你这一颗会进吗？
甚至说是这个方向。
我觉得会中中袋带脚。没有。
哇，机会来喽，秉忠！
加油加油！
2位国小球评给秉忠相当多的运气。
只能过境顺推了。
没错，讲得很好，这个基本上也没有什么可以修正的空间。
就过境就做到球了，就吃了。
方向上留在现在框框里面这一条都很好打。
哦，好球，
准度非常好。
直接在我们的方格里。
哎，没有超出一点了。
超出1半。
哇，秉忠被追到8-6，跟现在我们这一张转播桌的比分一模一样。好，7-8。
好，7-8。
稳住。
这一颗。
你们看一下他的基本动作，绝对是很稳定的。都要。
没有问题。
没有问题哦，7-8。也是对手一个意外的7号失误导致的。
对手也拍球台。
那秉忠到底的中球要进几颗呢？
进1颗。
2颗。
1颗。
2颗。
1颗。
2颗。
母球算吗？
算。
那就1颗。
那就2颗。
反正重点是什么？重点是连接球要好，对吧？
那所以你的意思是他母球进？
重点是要进，然后母球要好。
其实进1颗跟进3颗不一定难好，进3颗刁到也没用，进1颗有连接球，那就好。
之前高点冲进5颗加1颗那一波。
哈哈，子玉，我都没有做过这种事。
我也冲进5颗，但是没有那一波赢。
啊，我冲进过5颗含母球，然后对手就吃了。这个高点要进到3颗的频率就很低，4颗也很夸张。
我今天就有进3颗了。
哦，你今天去93打球啊？
对。
哇。
然后差点来，然后有一款差点来。
看到这个比赛这么的高强度，你就会想要好好练球。
没错。
明年说不定你的实力就有机会来挑战。
没有，现在16岁。
对，我知道，但说不定会调整赛制，对不对？重点是你们先准备好，随时就都可以的。
有个鬼！
哇！秉忠这场
冲球都
冲球
没有
是他的
很
致命
好
伤了。你们看冲的不好，是不是都拿不到主动权？我们平常看到丙中、丙一，为什么可以一直秒杀每个对手？
因为冲
因
球都
为冲球冲
有
的太好。丙中这场冲成这样变成冲完，
对
手就来
吃，
对手就来
就给
防
对手
守他，或者是开始持球，就很难过啊，很难受啊。
但是235也是一个难
235，
235，
嗯，
我没有在打那个好不好？
你绝对不能让你
塞进去
哇
吗？哇，这对
塞
丙中来讲是好消息啊。这颗我们的越南教头其实算没有打得很好。
很近，2颗星，
来，你看，你心里只想着进攻，对吧？
这球打
那
定杆，
其实
打定杆
没错，这个第一时间就不会去想进攻，母球留在这个圈圈的位置，1号球，
1颗星，2颗星，3颗星，
OK 的。
感觉好好
哇，敲到这个更完美哈，应该说更可以挡到整颗了。
更不好解。
但是这个球要解到难度也是不高，左边1颗星，就看他要抓1颗星还是2颗星了。从这边入射，
应该是1颗星。
哦，中带的机会有机会放出来哦。这一局很重要哦，要不就一边停牌，要不就追平，回到原点。
错，
你们觉得会是什么结果？
当然回到原点，
没
然后
错，
回到原
然后再联盟2，
科士力又出现。
绝对是回到原点之后再联盟2。
好，我们看看小球评们的预测。
他这个解禁了，为什么会拍手？
我怎么听到有人在大喊？你们有听到吗？
有，
是不是那边的球评？
应该是有解禁吧？
有解禁呢？
哇，还真的解禁！
难怪球评这么大声，我们的魔兽又在表演不科学了，是不是？
没错，
但我们丙中现在也非常需要一点点不科学的力量。丙一在8强等丙中了。哦，这一个防守我不觉得打得特别好。
因为如果没有
好
7号的话，
来，你们会怎么做？
哎，我可以画吗？
可以啊。
可以，等一下哦。
啊，没有，这原本就有。
这原本就有了。
对啊。
就是1号球给他打，就是然后母球这样塞，
可以。
然后1号球看
1号球可不可以
给他
灌回
下来？
很好，好，这是治愈小球评画的非常好。1号球1颗星灌上来，
然后最好是塞在35的这边。
没错，母球往左边靠，这是其中一条路啦，但是也要看看真实的角度方向。
也有可能会敲到7号。
尽量是不要敲到，因为敲到会在洞口。
对，
那
然后对
也有可能
手有可能会跳进或解禁。
还有一个可能是怎么样呢？是1号薄球1颗星下去，
然后
那母球
就
从24中间传，
没错，20中间传出来，
然后洗
再走下。
中带。
他是丙中哎，子玉你竟然偷偷的诅咒丙中？
没有洗中带的话，对手绝对解不到。
哦，你骗谁？
完哦，
昆凌刚解禁之后准备要吃完了，是不是？哇，魔兽就是魔兽，刚突然的魔
这
兽，
个中段还是很麻烦。
基本上就是拉下去了。好，这一颗要做防守喽。哇，越南教头这一颗没有打好哦，
结果
打得算非常不准了，这一颗，我算蛮严重的失误。
这颗1号打包来着，
你们可以往前讲一点点，对，靠近一点点讲，比较清楚。
然后母球推下去，看
好
角度啦，
把1号推过去，
最好是可以一颗星再来
没错
打这个。
哇，他是要直接挡哦。
好
哇，
球，
丙中这个我不确
对，
定到
好，
底是好
这球就麻水。
有哦，我挡住这个面，其实只能截右边。好，大概1度轮的左塞。
1到
哦，我觉得这个不能1度轮，1度轮会敲到，大概是
对
0.5度轮，因为它已经是往下打了，它不是水平打过去，很准。哇，
哇，才
结果
掉
是
去哦。
而且很 lucky 哦，是掉2颗哦。那至少对丙中来讲，如果这边能解出来
这，球可以跳球啊，
可以跳球啦
没错。没错， 毕竟他是柯氏兄弟
这。球就是把1号球跳来这边之后，然后给它灌下来，
没错，子玉是说要把1号球灌这样，
然后再下来，
重点是
然后母球
母球。
就是先过来，
没错，子玉画的非常好。哇，完全照着子玉跳的走。子玉你也可哇，结果放枪了，运气非常差哦。但是子玉你也可以教柯氏兄弟打球。刚刚你画的线，他就听你的走。
只是有点没跳准。
应该说这个1号中到中带脚也是运气蛮差的。哇，我们的港都魔兽吴坤林9-6领先了，金牌了。
还有变数，
哇，
结果
这
自雕
这球会过了，
不会自雕，
这球会过，
自雕
会过。
他已经敲克敲下去了。好，那我问你们，为什么这一颗会形成自雕呢？是什么原因呢？
他1号球
有几个综合的原因，他1号打中带嘛，他2颗星轮上来，变成自雕。
是2颗，
走2颗星。
会过吗？你看你我没眼哦。
哇，这颗响起如雷的掌声呢，真的打得非常好。
反正9号球后面那一颗球也不好。
你看他这个 Massey 打得多么的轻松，
轻轻松松
太厉害了这一颗球。
果然是越南选手，
那是越南其中一位球王。但是刚才为什么一座会自雕？是因为他走的这个面不够小脚，这个小脚的左塞再转出来，他应该要走这条。你看这条如果走出来，是不是就比较不会自雕？
对，这球被马丁科比真也有点衰呀。
你说的也算没错，因为这颗 Massey 的难度其实是很高，
感觉对手要停盘。
几率很高，但比赛还没结束。
绝对不可。
这个球我们在判断之前，
影片看太多，连梗图都背。
待会的7座8坐在右边、左边都是可以的。
我觉得坐在小面的比较好，坐小面
比较不用控制高低感。
对，我也好。
就推杆反塞。
而且这个反塞不能多，你一多就是往颗星面去了，对吧？
这颗星会变很麻烦。
那你看，他是直接用纯推，这也是其中一个观念。
之前也就是拉回来，就有点蹲拉就好。
甚至说他去敲一下、削一下9号的面，
也可以，
但是就要对自己很有信心。好，没有问题。哇，准备到9-7，丙中要看住了。虽然说就算上去也是跟丙一，还是帮丙中祝福一下。这就是9-7哦。魔兽9-6的冲球，看可不可以冲下去就锁血封喉。
我就会大魔眼觉得嘞。
目前9-6停牌。
再见大魔。
很有可能啊，因为我们昆凌的冲球是真的冲的。
你说什么？
雕一下。
不错。
掌声鼓励啊！不用。
但这个跳进不是很难吗？
不是很难去跳。
但只要是跳球就有变数啊，对不对？
对。
你看比亚斗那个笑容，基本上他是不会选跳球的，跳球的压力太大了。
我会不选跳球。
这还有4局。
那待会我们丙中的对手这位越南教头的冲球就很关键哦。如果他不让丙中站起来，那也没有办法。
解球。哇塞，不可能吧？
什么鬼啊？
这什么东西呀？
什么？
丙中比亚斗是解进了一个非常高难度的1号球，
简直不可能。
应该说很 lucky 啦。魔兽就要小心。
有种他没有挥手不知道。
哇，这个冲球，2位小弟，
好，
这样丙中会有点危险哦。
不会
啦，
这个2号年纪的，可是冠中也
要先灌进再
2位选手，2位小球评都觉得不会，没错。
要先灌进啊。
没错，灌进之后母球带一个拉杆，往球台中间靠。放在
角度会不会不好？
他有可能要带推杆颗星哦，终点是一样的。丙中危险哦。 比中这个压力会马上应该说也不需要有压力，因为你看是对手在持球，对手的压力在身上，应该说压力在对手身上。
哎，你看这种对角就是太小力了，约会进吗？
我觉得这个
刚才两位小弟说什么鬼？
我觉
是在说
得不会进。
主桌的昆凌跟比亚斗，因为比亚斗解进了一颗非常非常 lucky 的球。
哇塞，哇塞，有个水，
只要比亚斗打得好，他们都
哇塞，
觉得很
空心
衰。
耶，
哦，什么去打中巴啦？
很好笑。
哇，现在我们的越南球星，现在5周6如果做到并中，真的就很危险。哇，你看他选择这个面，
哦，有点手雕
但是手
又身材，
雕
手雕又身材。
讲得很好哦。
好，没事的，没事的。
你看，如果他正
而
常的
且角度有
高低杆
点大，
放在这个范围就很好打，对不对？推杆2颗星，
这可
做7号
能要
球，
4颗星，
不用，
球才对。
他一定是放轻功，只是说这个6号就危险
角度不，会太大吗？
还行，
哦，还行。
哇，很稳欸。
哦，
好稳健
好，
哦。
那我问你们这一颗7做8，你们会怎么选择呢？
我会
推，哎，
推
那他拉杆可以，
拉杆的话就是
推
这样子，然后再上去。
推可以。
厉害，
推
推或拉
杆的话
都可以。
就是这样子，
拉杆就
然后再
直接拉
上去，然后再上。
他推得很顺，有变速。
哎，
哦
哎，不错哦，
哦，好，
角
我先
度有点
帮你们看。
这样子
大哦。
还有可以。
那这颗8号，你们想怎么打呢？请
就打
跟我说，
就是
1是吗？
一颗星，
一颗星、2颗星，再上。没有，你要这样，1颗星，然后2颗星，然后再过来。
快有你们最后的表现机会喽！哇，
完蛋，
这样子的话，
好球呢。
可能是要宣告丙中的。哇，这个越南球星真的是也算是丙中他们的老板吧，真的是打得非常好。两位选手就可以看出大家的感情是特别的好。但是对明天来讲，丙毅就要帮我们的丙中来报仇了。你们觉得胜算多少？
我觉得比
比
是会赢的啦。
几趴？
大概70%，
我以为你们要说200，怎么这么没有信心？
100，
他说200%，
1000%，
1000%，
100%，
怎么输，对不对？怎么输？
一炸。
好，那大家感谢各位线上的相伴，博君跟子玉今天首度来到转播台，表现优异哦，大家也很喜欢同音转播，有机会再邀请他们到我们的转播室，一起带来转播的服务。那
现在来
我
转播
们就一起在线上跟我们的球迷朋友们说拜拜喽，
拜
拜拜，
拜。
明天见，大家一起到转播台 TV 座看一下昆凌怎么收下比亚斗。